Hello friends, let me ask you, are you striving for perfection or are you seeking the essence of the leadership? It's a very profound question, and therefore to answer this, we dive deep into one of the most profound leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita. While many CEOs focus on KPIs, scaling and operational perfection, the Gita reveals a deeper level of mastery that only a fraction of leaders ever reach. How this works? Let's explore this further. To most CEO spending their entire lives, climbing the ladder. They climb the corporate ladder, they climb the revenue charts, and they climb the industry rankings. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Reaching the top of the mountain is not the same thing as mastering the mountains. In the world of high stake business, we are obsessed with perfection. We want perfect systems, perfect quarters, and perfect products. But ancient wisdom suggests that the perfection is merely the entrance fee. It is not the final destination. Thousands of years ago, on a battlefield of a different kind, Bhagwan Krishna spoke a verse that serves as a startling wake-up call for the modern leaders. And this is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse 3. And it says, quote starts, among the thousands of men, hardly one strive for perfection, and of those who strive and succeed, hardly one knows me in essence. Quote close. Today we are going to look at why most leaders stop at the first half of that verse, and why the essence is the secret to the world's most enduring legacies. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the first part of the verse. Bhagwan Krishna acknowledges that even striving for perfection is rare. In business, striving for perfection is what we call the operational excellence. It is the Six Sigma, the lean management, the 80-hour work week. Out of the thousands of entrepreneurs, only a handful actually have the discipline to build a perfect machine. If you are a CEO, you are likely mastered this. You know how to optimize, you know how to win, etc., etc. But here is a trap. The perfection is static. Perfection is about following the rules of the game better than anyone else. And if you strive for perfection, you are a master of the mechanics, but you are not yet master of the essence. Most CEO get stuck here because the rewards for perfections are high. You get the bonuses, accolades, and the market share. You think you made it, but the Gita warns us that this is the only first filter. Now the second half of the verse, quote starts, even amongst those who have attained the perfection, hardly a soul understand me in essence. Quote close. For a CEO, what is this essence? If perfection is how, essence is the why, and if perfection is the form, essence is the force. Think of the difference between CEO who builds a successful phone company and someone like Steve Jobs. Thousands could be build a functional smartphones, etc. That is perfection. But Jobs understood the essence of human connection and beauty, and that is the essence. In Sanskrit, this is known as tattva. Now let's discuss about how to understand the essence. Seeing the invisible is the first aspect of understanding. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you aren't in the room. That is such a key here. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you're not even watching, right? Number two is predicting the shift. Understanding the fundamental laws of human desire before the data shows them. Third is detached action. Leading with a sense of purpose that isn't tied to the ego of the result, right? Most leaders miss this because they are too busy looking at the success. They are blinded by their own brilliance. Why is it that hardly one understands the essence? Because understanding the essence requires unlearning. To reach the perfection, you need a strong ego. You need to believe you are the smartest person in the room. But to understand the essence, you must surrender the ego. You have to admit that the business doesn't move because of you, but through you. In the Gita, Bhagwan Krishna is the source of all the things. In business, the essence is the fundamental truth of your industry and your impact on humanity. When a CEO understands the essence, they stop reacting to competitors, they start responding to the truth, they move from managing people to moving souls. So ask yourself today, where are you on this path? Are you the one of the thousands who hasn't yet started the journey towards perfection? Or are you among the successful few who have built a perfect machine but feels like something is still missing? The Gita doesn't tell us this is, to discourage us. It tells us this to show how much more is possible. The greatest leader in history, the one who we talked for centuries, were the ones who moved past the how and touched the essence. They didn't just build the companies; they understood the fundamental laws of universe and applied them to their work. Your challenge this week, therefore, is look past your spreadsheet, look past your KPI, ask yourself, what is the essence of what we are doing here? Because perfection is the destination, but essence is the beginning. So, friends, thanks for watching. And if you're already moved from perfection to essence, subscribe for more leadership insight from world greatest wisdom traditions, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the silent depths of universe where the particles dance unseen and forces whisper across the void, neutrinos have long been the enigmatic wanderers, the ghost slipping through the matter as if it were air. For decades, they seemed passive, mere spectator in the cosmic play. But now, a startling revelation suggests that they may be tugging at reality itself. The discovery of subtle neutrino force hint at the invisible thread woven into quantum fabric. Thread that could reshape our understanding of stars, galaxies, and the very architecture of our cosmos. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of physics, certain threads remain elusive, simmering faintly at the edge of our perception. Among them are neutrinos, ghostly particles that stream through the cosmos, through our bodies, through the earth itself, almost without interaction. For decades, they were treated as a passive wanderers. So, so for decades, as they were passive wanderers and important for the balance, but not for the force. Yet, the recent discovery suggests that neutrinos may weave their own subtle thread of influence, tugging at the fabric of matter in a way we are only beginning to understand. Before we go further, let us understand what are neutrinos. So neutrinos are elementary particle that belongs to the lepton family, similar to the electrons, but unlike electrons. They carry no electric charge and have extremely small mass, making them lightest known particle with mass, though not massless, because they do not interact via the electromagnetic or strong forces. Neutrinos can pass through the ordinary matter almost completely undisturbed, which is why trillions of them pass through our bodies every second without any effect. Neutrinos are crucial for understanding the fundamental physics, including the weak nuclear force, stellar processes, and cosmology. Their unique properties make them both elusive and invaluable for probing the universe in a way that other particles cannot. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward in this interesting details, the so-called neutrino force is not a kind of a push like a gravity or electromagnetism. It is a whisper, a faint pressure that emerges when the neutrinos scatter off nuclei, leaving behind a measurable trace. Physicists long suspected such interaction, but the evidence was buried beneath the noise, so hidden in the shadow of stronger forces. So now, with the executively sensitive detectors buried deep underground and shielded from the cosmic interface, the researchers have begun to tease out these hidden signals. So the implications are profound. If neutrinos exert a force, however slight, they are not merely passive messenger of nuclear reaction, but an active participant in shaping matter. This reframed their role in stellar evolution, in supernova explosions, and even in the early universe. The faint tug of neutrinos may have influenced how galaxies cluttered and how matter danced and how the cosmic web itself was stitched together. So mapping this force requires patience and ingenuity. Detectors filled with tons of liquid argon and heavy water wait slightly for the rare moment when the neutrino collides. And each flash of light, each ripple of energy is a clue. By collecting thousands of such events, scientists have reconstructed the hidden geometry of neutrino interactions. The emerging picture is one of the delicate thread quantum filament that connects the smallest scale of particle physics to the larger structure of cosmos. The discovery also challenges the standard model of physics that are so soft. It's like a soft framework which has guided science for half a century. Now, neutrinos were already anomalies, and they oscillate between flavors, and they have a mass when the theory predicted none. Now, with the evidence of the force, they may demand an extension of model, a new chapter in our understanding of fundamental interaction. For a lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating, And imagine a particle so small they pass through a wall of lead as if it was a mist. Yet collectively they shape a density of stars. Imagine a universe where the invisible thread tug gently at matter, guiding its dance across billions of years. The neutrino force reminds us that the nature's most powerful influence are not always loud or obvious. They can be subtle, patient, and hidden in a plain sight. As physicists continue to map these quantum thread, they are not merely cataloging another force, they are uncovering a deeper truth that the universe is woven from the interaction both grand and delicate, from explosion of supernova to a faintest whisper of neutrino. And in that weaving lies the story of everything: the galaxy above, the atom within, and the invisible force that bind them together. In the end, neutrino force is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder that universe is stitched together by thread, both visible and unseen. Gravity may anchor the stars, electromagnetism may light the sky, but it is quite tug of neutrino that whisper of deeper harmonies. As physicists trace these quantum thread, they are not only mapping a new force, they are uncovering the poetry of existence itself, where even the faintest particle play their part in a grand design. So, invisible thread and infinite cosmos. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8. And we will translate it into a high-level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery, and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target, and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death, the birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today, we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence, how to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery, because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last three wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift, like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job, it's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, what separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detach from the result, attached to the purpose. That is the definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attach their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug-free code or a flawless balance sheet. It's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So, what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout, or a retirement. But the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8, verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Two dawns break across the alien sky, one blazing, one gentle, casting twin shadows that stretch into the unknown. What once lived only in the imagination of storytellers has now stepped into the telescope lens. 27 planet candidates orbiting not one but 2 suns. And these worlds, simmering like echoes of Star Wars Tatooine, are no longer fiction but cosmic invitation. They whisper of future double horizon, and where every sunrise is a duet and every settlement a testament to our courage to thrive in the extraordinary. So let's find out more about this. Imagine standing on alien soil, the horizon painted not by one dawn, but 2. The first sun rises in a blaze of gold, and the second follows in a softer hue, casting shadow that dance in pair. And this is not the realm of myth or cinema. It is a reality hinted by astronomers who have uncovered 27 planet candidates orbiting binary stars. World of twin sun echoing the dreamscape of Star Wars Tatooine now stepped into the realm of science. For humanity, these discoveries are more than curiosities. They are invitation. Each planet circling 2 suns represent a lab of survival, a crucible where the light, gravity, and the climate conspire in an unfamiliar way. The future of human settlement may well depend on our ability to adapt to such extreme. Binary system challenge our engineering, our biology, and our imagination. How do we build the home where the daylight never truly ends, or where the nights are fractured by competing lunar rhythms? How do the crop grow under two suns and their photosynthesis tuned in a spectrum broader than Earth? So these are the questions that are obstacle, and if you feel they're obstacle, that is up to you. But for scientists and somebody who is inclined to new discoveries, these questions are not obstacles, but they are seed of innovation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine our channel. So moving forward, the dual suns offer paradoxical gift. On one hand, these gravitational tug-of-war can destabilize orbits, making climate volatile. On the other hand, their combined energy could sustain habitable zone wider than those around solitary stars. A planet warmed by two suns might host desert of dazzling brilliance, ocean simmering under perpetual twilights, or forests that evolve pigment unknown to Earth. For settlers, survival would mean harnessing these abundance. Solar array tuned to twin frequencies, agriculture adapted to relentless light, and architecture designed to shield the channel heat. So, but beyond the survival lies culture. Imagine the myth born under binary skies. Children raised to see two dawns as a symbol of resilience. Poet describing love as a dance of twin flames. And scientists charting calendar by rhythm of dual eclipse. So human settlement is not only about biology, it is about meaning. And these words promises meaning in abundance. The discovery of 27 such candidates is a reminder that our galaxy is not uniform. It is diverse, it is unpredictable and generous. Each binary system is a stage where the humanity might rehearse its next act. Colonies under twin suns could become outposts of resilience, teaching us to thrive in the condition once thought to be impossible. They could serve as a way station for a deeper journey, stepping stones and towards galactical citizenship. The future of the settlement among the twin suns is not guaranteed. It is earned. So, it actually will demand technologies that tame chaos, philosophies that embrace duality, and courage that sees opportunities in strangeness. So, yet the history shows that humanity thrives when they're challenged, and from desert to poles, from oceans to orbit, we have always actually turned the unfamiliar into the home. So, and as the telescope unveil these twin sun world, humanity stands at the threshold of possibilities. The double dawn are not just a spectacle of light. They are symbol of resilience, of future where we learn to thrive in the extraordinary. Each of these 27 planets is a reminder that the universe is vast, generous, and waiting. To settle beneath two sun is to embrace duality, to craft a new myth, and to prove that our spirit is as boundless as the sky we seek. The twin horizon rise, and with them the promise of civilization, unafraid to call the impossible as home. So we have come to the end of this information, this video. Look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the hushed chamber of Ming era medicine, where the wisdom was linked on scrolls and remedies brewed in porcelain jars, a startling secret has resurfaced. An anesthetic formula centuries ahead of its time. More than a potion, it was a calculated blend of herbs, philosophy designed to silence the pain and study the spirit. This discovery does not just rewrite medical history, it reveals a civilization that understood the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, compassion and science. So the Ming dynasty, often celebrated for its art and for its architecture, now stands illuminated as a pioneer in surgical sophistication. A proof that the quest to ease human suffering is as old as civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. The corridors of history often conceal treasures that redefine our understanding of human ingenuity. One such revelation has emerged from Ming Dynasty, where the scholars have uncovered evidence of sophisticated anesthetic use centuries before the modern medicine codified the practice. This discovery does more than enrich the annals of pharmacology. It illuminates the depth of Chinese medicine philosophy and its seamless blend of science, ritual, and pragmatism. So the Ming era, spanning 14th to 17th centuries, was a period of flourishing scholarships and innovations and the cultural refinement. Physicians of the time were they are heirs of millennia of accumulated wisdom and drawing from the classical text of Han dynasty and practical refinement of Song era healers. So yet that what sets this anesthetic apart is its demonstration of deliberate calculated approach to pain management. Far from being a crude concoction, it was actually carefully blended mixture of herbal compound designed to dull the sensation, calm the spirit, and allow surgical interventions to proceed with minimal suffering. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the anesthetic combined with ingredients like wine, opium, derivatives, and a specific herb known for their seductive properties. So these formulas were not accidental. It is reflected a nuanced understanding of pharmacodynamics and even if it expressed in the language of yin and yang and the five elements. So this is how things is being expressed and defined. So physicians recognized that certain substance could quiet the heart and soften the sinews, and metaphors that today translates into seduction and muscle relaxation. So the sophistication lies in the precision. Doses were calibrated to induce unconsciousness without tipping into a fatal toxicity, a balance that modern anesthesiology still grapple with. So the discovery also reframes our perception of Ming era surgeries. So while often imagined as a limited to caution related or superficial procedures, records now suggest that more invasive operations were attempted in those days and supported by anesthetic techniques. So dental extraction and excess drainage of these acids and even the rudimentary abdominal interventions may have been performed under the veil of this herbal seduction. So the anesthetic was not merely a tool, actually. It was a gateway enabling physician to push the boundaries of what was surgically possible in their time. So equally compelling is the cultural context. So in Ming philosophy, medicine was never actually divorced from the morality and cosmology. The act of easing the pain was not only a technical achievement but a moral duty aligned with the Confucian's ideals of benevolence and Taoist principle of harmony. So administrating anesthetic was thus both a scientific act and a ritual of compassion, and reinforcing the physician's role as a guardian of balance between body, spirit, and society. For the modern science, the implications are profound. So this anesthetic challenges the narrative that places the birth of anesthesia in 19th century with ether and chloroform. Instead, it actually reveals a parallel lineage of innovation in the East, where the empirical observation and the herbal experimentation also laid the groundwork for the pain management centuries earlier. So it also invites a contemporary pharmacologist to revisit the ancient formula with a fresh eye. What compounds might still hold an untapped potential for modern therapeutics? So that is one thing which everybody, especially the physicians, need to study about this. So in a broader sweep of history, the Ming anesthetic is a reminder that the progress is rarely linear or isolated. Civilizations across the globe have wrestled with some fundamental questions. How do we alleviate suffering, or how do we decrease the suffering and elevate the kind of health of mankind? How do we transform knowledge into healing? So the answer, whether inscribed in bamboo, slips, or parchment or digital code, the converge is the shared human pursuit of mastery over pain. So, pain management is definitely a very, very deep, it gives a deep impact, and at the same time, it requires a kind of a profound treatment by surgeons and doctors even today. So ultimately, the uncovering of this anesthetic is not just a scientific milestone. It is a testament of enduring sophistication of Chinese medicine. It shows that centuries ago, physicians were already navigating the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, and wielding herbs and philosophy with a precision that resonates even today. So, in their hand, the anesthesia was more than a chemistry. It was a compassion distilled into a practice, a bridge between tangible body and the intangible spirit. So, and in rediscovering this wisdom, we are reminded that the quest to heal is as ancient as civilization itself, and as timeless as the human desire to relieve, dignity, and care. So, the rediscovery of this Ming era anesthesia is more than a historical curiosity. It is a reminder that compassion and innovation have always walked hand in hand. And centuries before ether and the chloroform, Chinese physicians were already navigating the fragile boundaries between pain and relief, body and the spirit. So their silence auxiliary actually revealed civilization and attuned but to the dignity of the patient and the whole practice of medicines, especially in pain management. In honoring their wisdom, we see that the pursuit of easing suffering is timeless and echoing across the ages as one of the humanity's most profound achievement. What you feel about it? What you say? What would like to add to this in the comments? So I look forward for your comments on this subject. So thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today and were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history, it is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago and that we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around the 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, a trusty in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. The earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, the poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables and using marks and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that drives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distant. So in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity, and that form two symbol 1 and 0, the universe of knowledge can unfold. So, the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom remind us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason for their lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights. And in their echoes, we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject. And please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast silence of desert, where the survival seems almost impossible, scientists have uncovered a hidden alliance that rewrites our understanding of endurance. Ancient desert moss, long admired for its ability to cling to the life on a barren soil, has now been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a surface level partnership, but a deep cellular embrace, possibility of one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationship. It is a discovery that stretches back to the dawn of terrestrial life, suggesting that resilience in hostile environment was never a solitary achievement. Moss brought photosynthesis and shelter, and fungi brought biochemical tools to withstand drought and scarcity. Together, they forged a blueprint for survival in extremes, a design that may have been shaped ecosystem across time and that could inspire strategies for life in the harsh world of tomorrow. So let's find out more about this. So in the parched silence of deserts, where the survival is daily negotiation with the heat and scarcity, scientists have uncovered a story written in the smallest of the living thread. Desert moss, a humble pioneer of a barren landscape, has been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a casual association, but a deep, intimate partnership, possibly one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationships. It is a revelation that the stretches our imagination back hundreds of millions of years to a time when a life was still learning how to endure the hardest of the environment. Mosses are among the earliest land plant, and their lineage traces back to the dawn of terrestrial colonizations. They thrive where a few others can, on rocks and in desert and frozen tundra. So their resilience has long been admired. But the discovery of fungi nested within their cells added a new dimension to their survival story. Fungi, with its extraordinary ability to break down the minerals, recycle nutrients, and tolerate extreme, may have been the silent partners in its journey all along. Together, moss and fungi form a living alliances which compensating for the others' vulnerabilities. The moss provides shelter, photosynthesis, and energy. The fungus offer biochemical tools to withstand drought, heat, and nutrient, and definitely scarcity in the harsh environment. So their partnership is not merely biological, or it is not even a curiosity, which is often we all feel and we want to go beyond it. It is an evolutionary strategy. Symbiosis has always been a cornerstone of life's success. So, from the mitochondria in our cell, one free living bacteria, the lichens that paint rock with the color cooperation has repeatedly proven more powerful than competition. The moss fungi bond may represent one of the earliest experiment in its principle, a prototype for survival in a hostile world. It suggests that the adaptation to the desert and the other extreme habitats was not achieved alone but through alliances forged in the microscopic intimacy. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. The implication ripple outward. If mosses could endure desert by welcoming fungi into their cells, then perhaps similar strategies allowed plants to colonize barren continents, shaping the ecosystem that would later support animals and eventually humans. It reframes desert not as a lifeless wasteland, but as a crucible of innovation where the life learned to band within
without actually breaking. It also hints at how organism might adapt to future extreme weather, climate, and change also on the Earth or colonization of Mars. Partnership like these could be the blueprint for resilience in environments we have yet to face. So there is a poetry in the idea that survival is not about the dominance, but about the companionship. Moss and fungus, actually entwined in cellular embrace, remind us that the life's oldest lesson is cooperation. So, in their quiet persistence, they carry the echoes of ancient earth, whispers of the strategies that allowed green to shape across the stone and resilience to bloom where none was expected. To study them is a glimpse the architecture of endurance. A design has relevant, even very relevant, actually, in today's environment, as it was the desert of prehistory. So, in the story of desert moss and its hidden fungal partnership, the ending is not a conclusion but a reminder of life's oldest wisdom. What began as a microscopic alliance in the hardest and harshest landscape has endured across the ecos and teaching us that the survival is actually really solitary. So the moss shelter the fungus strengthen the moss, and together they embody resilience in its purest form. So, this discovery is more than a scientific curiosity. Actually, it is a testament of cooperation as the engine of adaptation. In desert, where the heat actually is so hard and so high, and the water vanishes, the moss fungi bond whispers of the ancient strategies that allowed life to persist against impossible odds. It tells us that the endurance is not about standing alone, but about weaving, strengthening through the companionship. So, as we look to the future, towards the changing climates, and even the prospect of life beyond Earth, this ancient partnership become a guide. It shows that the survival in the extreme will depend not on as an isolation or alone, to be alone all the time, but on the collaboration, on alliances that transform the vulnerability into the possibility. Thus, the desert moss and its fungal ally leave us with the quiet but profound message. The oldest story of life are written not in dominance, but in a symbiosis. And its a cellular embrace, we glimpse the timeless architecture of resilience, an inheritance from the past and the blueprint for the future. So, we have come at the end of this discussion about this interesting topic of moss and fungi alliance. So, please like and subscribe our channel, and we definitely look forward for your comments on this topic. See you very soon on more good topics, interesting topics for you. See you. Bye bye. For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude Design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Cloud Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Cloud Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Cloud Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Cloud Design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So, yet, as with all generative AI, Cloud Design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Cloud Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic Cloud Design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, Cloud Design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by a handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Actually, into Arabic language, it was taken by Arabs and Arabs work into a Islamic world. No, so this is how the you know that how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this, all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses; they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth is itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Is your business strategy built on a foundation of sand? Like a sand castle? I'm sure everybody gets this kind of a feeling and there are no straightforward answers. Therefore, in this video, we dive into a powerful and sobering lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply its ancient wisdom to the high-stake world of modern leadership. Many CEOs and entrepreneurs fall into the trap of hollow hustle, achieving massive metrics, scaling operations, and they acquire vast knowledge only to find that their efforts feel empty or ultimately fail. Let's go forward and discuss this further. We've all seen it. The CEOs who have everything, the corner office, the soaring stock price, a strategy that looks flawless on a PowerPoint deck. They are brilliant, driven, and possess a wealth of technical knowledge, technical know-how. But then it happens. Despite the perfect plans, the culture rot from within. The strategy lead to a moral or financial dead end. The growth wasn't sustainable because it wasn't grounded in anything real. In the corporate world, we call this a strategic failure. But 7,000 years ago, the Bhagavad Gita called it something else. It called it a spell. Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 12 of Gita. This isn't just a religious text. It's a psychological mirror for every leader who has ever wondered why their hard work felt like total waste. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse and the quote starts. They came under the spell of the material energy, embracing demonic and atheistic belief. Alas, all their hopes for liberation, their fruitive actions, and their knowledge are a total waste. Quote close. To a modern CEO, words like demonic or spell might sound out of place, but let's translate them into business language and let's give it a business context. The spell is what we call a confirmation bias or a corporate myopia. It is when you are mesmerized by a short-term matrix and material energy, which is the profit, the clout, and the vanity matrix that you lose, and therefore you lose sight of reality. Demonic and atheistic beliefs in a business context isn't about theology. It's the belief that you are the sole creator of your success, that ethics are hurdle to be cleared, and that people are just resources to be used. So Bhagavad Gita warns that when a leader operates from this place, three specific things become a total waste. Every CEO, every CEO has a hope for liberation. In business, this is your exit strategy. It's the IPO, the acquisition, the freedom you think you will find once you hit a certain valuation. But verse 12 says these hopes are waste if they are built on demonic foundation. Why? Because if your strategy is driven by ego rather than purpose, you never actually become free. You become a slave to the next quarter, the next competitor, and the next ego-driven goal. You aren't leading a company, you are running a treadmill. that has no off switch. Next, Gita mentions fruitive action. This is the heart of every business. The execution, the marketing campaign, the R&D, and the pivots. We have seen CEOs execute brilliant fruitive actions that lead to disasters. Think of massive corporate scandals of the last decade. Those leaders were smart. Their actions produce fruits, which is, in other words, money. And therefore, this is all short terms. But because those actions embrace atheistic belief, meaning they ignored the universal laws of integrity and service, the fruits was poisonous. The result? Total waste, lawsuits, bankruptcy, and destroyed reputation. This is the most painful part for a leader. The Gita says your knowledge is a total waste. You might have an MBA from Harvard. You might know every trend in the AI and fintech, but if that knowledge is used merely to serve the material spell to manipulate market or exploit people, it becomes completely useless. True knowledge, according to Gita, should lead to, sort of realized wisdom. Without a moral compass, your data and your insights are just tools for your own downfall. So, how does a CEO avoid the dead end? The solution isn't stop being ambitious, it's to change the source of your ambition. Break the spell. There are a few things, starting with breaking the spell. Audit your motivations. Are you doing this for the material energy, which is ego slash status, or for the dharma, which is purpose and duty? So you must ask this question. Second, reject the demonic models. Stop seeing your business as a machine and start seeing it as an ecosystem that must add value to the world. Third, validate your knowledge. You must ensure your strategy passes the integrity test. If your plan requires you to abandon your value to succeed, the Gita tells you right now it will be a total waste. Lead with purpose and your actions will finally bear fruit that last longer. So friends, what do you think about this? Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective or on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit the subscribe button, share this video with leaders who need to hear this. And I will take your leave today only to catch you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a masterclass for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance. And we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. Quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises? What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation. They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number two, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number three, lead from the core. When you're when you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you're not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends and namaskar. We all know and think that the black holes are just born from dying stars. But friends, think again. This new groundbreaking research from Cardiff University has revealed a startling truth. The universe's largest black holes are built, not born. While we used to think supermassive black holes grew primarily by consuming gas, this new study suggests they reach monster status through a violent process of repeated collisions within a dense star cluster. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the science of hierarchical merger, the cosmic assembly line where black holes smash into one and another, growing larger and more powerful with every hit. Let us go and discuss this further. Imagine a monster, not a ghost or a creature from a movie, but a real life titan so heavy it warps the very fabric of space and time. We call them supermassive black holes. For decades, we have asked one simple question: where do they come from? Most of us were taught the birth story. A massive star dies, collapses under its own gravity, and presto, a black hole is born. But there is a problem. Some black holes are so big that being born simply doesn't explain how they got there. New research from Cardiff University has flipped the script. They have discovered that the universe's true giants aren't just born big, they are actually built. Like a skyscraper or a massive machine, they are constructed through a violent, repetitive process of cosmic collisions. Today, we are breaking down the built, not born theory and how it's changing everything we thought we knew about dark hearts of these galaxies. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the Cardiff discovery, we first have to look at the old way of thinking. The traditional model says the black hole grew by eating. Imagine a black hole sitting in the middle of a cloud of gas. It slowly siphons that gas in, grew bit by bit over billions of years, and this is called accretion. But here is the catch: the math doesn't always add up. We have found supermassive black holes in the very early universes as well. If they grew only by eating gas, they wouldn't have had enough time to reach their massive sizes. It's like finding a fully grown oak tree in a forest that's only a week old. It shouldn't be possible. This led scientists to realize there must be another way, a faster, more aggressive way to build a giant. This brings us to the Cardiff University study. Led by a researcher in the School of Physics and Astronomy, the team looked away from the isolated stars and towards the dense star clusters. Imagine a crowded city during rush hour. Now imagine everyone in that city is a black hole. These clusters are the construction sites of the universe. Because everything is packed so tightly together, the gravity starts playing a high stake game of bumper cars. Instead of a single black hole sitting quietly and eating gas, you have dozens, even hundreds of black holes swirling around each other. This is what we call a nuclear star cluster. It is the most extreme environment in a galaxy. It's the perfect factory for building a monster. The Cardiff team used massive computer simulations to track how these black hole interacts. They discovered a process called hierarchical merger. Think of it like a tournament bracket. Round one, two small black holes collide and merge into one medium-sized black hole. Round two, that medium-sized black hole finds another medium one. They merge to become a large one. Round 3, the large one smashes into another even larger ones. So this isn't a birth, this is an assembly line. Every time they collide, they releases a massive ripple in space-time known as the gravitational waves. These ripples are like the sound of the construction work happening. The Cardiff study showed that the built method is incredibly efficient. It allows black hole to skip the slow process of eating gas and jumping straight to supermassive size or status by consuming their own kind. So, why should we care if the black hole is born or built? First, it solves the early universe mystery. If black holes can merge rapidly in these clusters, it explains how they got so big so fast shortly after the Big Bang. Secondly, it tells us where to look. If we want to find the next generation of black hole mergers, we need to point our telescopes like the James Webb or LIGO at these dense crowded star clusters. But there is a darker side to this as well. This build theory suggests that the most powerful objects in the universe are essentially serial mergers. They are made of remains of thousands of smaller stars and black holes that came before them. They are the ultimate scavengers. The universe isn't a static place where things are simply born and stay that way. It's a dynamic, violent, and creative construction zone. And thanks to the team at Cardiff University, we now know that the giants lurking in the dark weren't just lucky enough to be born big. They fought their way and increased their size. They were built collision by collision in the most crowded corners of the space. So next time when you look up at the night sky, remember the biggest things out there are often the one that has survived the most crashes. So if you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic construction site, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. And friends, what do you think is the built not born theory is a final piece of the puzzle? Let me know in the comments below. Stay curious and always stay glued to the news, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, It is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Beneath the quiet wisdom of Jain philosophy, Mahavir carved the pathway into the infinite, teaching humanity how to unlock the hidden roots of number. His method for square and the cube roots were not a mere calculation. They were the keys of dimensions, volume, and the architecture of possibility. Centuries later, as the rocket rises and the colonies take shape beyond Earth, his legacy resurfaced in a dazzling reference. In 2026, when engineers measure domes on Mars or chart a spacecraft through the gravitational wells, they echo the same roots Mahavir once revealed. From ancient manuscripts to cosmic frontiers, his mathematics became the bridge, binding the silence of past with the roar of the future and proving that the roots of numbers are also the roots of destiny. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet corridors of ancient India, centuries before the telescope pierced the heavens, Mahavir of the Jain tradition was unraveling mysteries of numbers. His genius lay not in the abstract speculations alone, but in the practical method, systematic way of calculating square and cube roots. So they were not trivial exercises. They were the foundation upon which the civilization could build a precise architecture, measure land, and navigate the complexities of trade. Yet, in 2026, his legacy stretched far beyond the earthbound. It reaches into the cosmos where the humanities now dream of settlement among the stars. The square root and the cube roots are more than a mathematical curiosities. They are the language of geometry. They are the key to understand the volume, trajectories, and the hidden harmonies of space. Mahavir's method, refined in his treatise, offered clarity in the age when the numbers are still being tamed. So today, as the spacecraft plot course through the gravitational wells, or the engineer design habitat on Mars or moons or of Jupiter's, the same principle echo. The calculating the cube root of the volume is no different in the essence when the determining the dimensions of a pressurized dome on Europa. The maths of Mahavir became the mathematics of survival.
So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward on this interesting details about Mahavir and his mathematics. So, in 2026, space exploration is no longer a domain of few nations. It is a collective human endeavor. Private companies, international collaborations, and the AI driven research coverage to push the boundaries. And at the heart of every trajectory, every orbital calculation lies the need to extract roots, to balance the equation, to tame the infinity into unusable form. So Mahavir's contribution reminds us that the tools we wield today are not inventions of present alone, but our inheritance from mind that saw the order in the chaos centuries ago. So consider the cube root, the silent architect of a three-dimensional understanding. For Mahavir, it was a way to measure the unseen, to give form to the intangible. For space settler, it is the measure of oxygen tanks and the volume of hydroponic chambers and the capacity of a spacecraft fuel cell. So without such calculation, the dreams of living beyond Earth collapse into fantasy. With them, it becomes the engineering. Mahavir's roots are the root of possibilities. But beyond the technical lies the philosophical also. Now, the Jain thought, with its emphasis on non-violence and multiplicity of viewpoints and the cosmic order, offers a moral compass for faring humanity. As we extend settlement into the alien world, the question is not only how we calculate, but how we coexist. So going forward, with coexist with each other. With ecosystem we may encounter with the responsibilities of stewardship. Mahavir's mathematics was born of worldview that sought harmony, and in 2026 harmony is vital as propulsions. The story of Mahavir is not confined to the dusty manuscript. It is alive. It is in the algorithm guiding the rovers, in the simulations of planetary bases, in the AI models of predicting cosmic weather. So his square roots and the cube roots are the silent equations behind every launch, every orbit, every settlement. So they remind us that the future is built on the past, that the stars we reach for are illuminated by the wisdom of those who first taught us to measure. So as humanity prepares to plant its flag beneath the twin suns or the Martian soil, Mahavir's legacy whisper through the numbers that the roots are not merely calculation but pathways from earth to sky, from ancient thoughts to futuristic settlement. And in 2026, as rockets rise and the colonies take shape, we are not just exploring space, we are expanding the vision of Jain mathematician who saw in numbers the architecture of infinity, of destiny. So as humanity prepares to carve the settlements beyond Earth, Mahavir's legacy reminds us that the roots of numbers are also the roots of progress. His square and the cube roots method, born in ancient India, now echoes the calculation of spacecraft trajectories, the volume of Martian dooms, and the dimension of lunar habitat. In 2026, when the engineers and explorers measure the unknown, they are guided by the same principle that Mahavir Mahavir once inscribed centuries ago. His mathematics is not confined to a manuscript, it is alive in every equation that carries us from Earth to the stars. And the Jain mathematician's vision become our compass, proving that from roots we rise and from numbers we build a future as vast as the cosmos itself. So we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comments on this information. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward in the next one. But before we end this video, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. In the high-stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 और आज तो सोमवार है, तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर, जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं, आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome. Namaskaram. Are you obsessed with hitting your target at the expense of your performance? If yes, you have reached the right place because in this video, we explore a transformative management philosophy from Bhagavad Gita. The ancient concept of Nishkam Karma, performing your duty without attachment to the result, might sound counterintuitive in today's performance driven culture. However, it is actually the secret to sustainable growth, sharper decisions making, and long term business success. Let us go and explore this concept further. As a CEO or an executive, you are defined by your results. You live and die by the quarterly reports, the growth percentage, and the share price and the KPIs. If you miss, you answer for it. If you hit, you get a pat on the back, and then you are expected to do even better next quarter. It's a relentless cycle, but I want to ask you a question that might sound counterintuitive. What if your obsession with the result is actually the reason you have not got the result that you want? In the corporate world, we are conditioned to believe that we aren't fixated on the outcome. We aren't serious about the business. But today, I'm going to share a perspective from 5000 years ago, which is Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 47. That suggests that exact opposite of whatever we think, whatever the modern playbook tells us. It suggests that the secret to exponential growth isn't about obsession. It's a profound strategic form of detachment. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let me know name of your city and the country so that we are in a position to ascertain reach of our video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's look at the psychology of the high performance. When you are a hyper focused on the result, let's say a specific revenue target, you inadvertently do three things that damage your business. One, your current tunnel vision. When you only look at the target, you ignore the peripheral data, the market shifts, and the subtle innovation that could actually move the needle. Number two, you inject fear in your culture. If the CEO is terrified of missing a number, that fear cascades. Your team becomes risk averse. They stop innovating because innovation, by definition, involves risk of failure. They play it safe to hit the number, and in doing so, they miss the massive opportunity. Next, you lose your cognitive bandwidth. Stress isn't just an emotion, it's a biological drain. When your brain is occupied with what if we don't hit the number, you have less mental energy to solve the complex problem that actually drives the number. We have all seen the result obsessed leaders. They are reactive, they are micromanaging, they are usually burnt out. But there is a better way to lead, a way that is ancient yet arguably more relevant to the modern business landscape than ever before. Let's look at the verse. It is one of the most famous lines in Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts, "You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you have no right to the fruits of your action." Quote close. At first glance, this sounds like it goes against everything we teaches in business schools. No, right to the results. Yes, if you don't care about result, won't I fail? That's a big question that you might ask me. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is a philosophy of extreme ownership of the process. Think about it like an archer. You can control the stance, the grip, the breath, and the release of the arrow. Those are your duties. The target is 100 yards away. Can you control what happens to the arrow once it leaves your bow? No. A gust of wind could move it, the target could shift, etc. If you're obsessed with the target, your hand shakes, you overthink, you tense up. But if you are entirely focused on the process of the shot, the technique, the result becomes a natural, inevitable consequence of your skill. In business terms, your duty is the strategy. The team, the culture, the product development, and the customer experience. Those are the archery skills. The revenue, the market share, the stock prices, those are the wind and the target. They are the outcome. The verse is telling you put your heart into the work because that is the only thing you actually control. So, how do we apply this in our boardroom? How do we use this to drive our growth? First, shift the KPI focus. Don't just track lagging indicators, things like revenue, profit, the result, etc. Heavily weigh your management towards leading indicators like employee management, R&D, progress, customer satisfaction, scores, etc. These are the duties you control. If you master these, result will come automatically. Number 2, foster safe failure. If you detach from the fear of outcome, you can give your team permission to experiment. When the team knows that a failed experiment isn't a career ending disaster, they innovate, they move faster, they uncover the next big product. It is how you drive growth by removing the paralysis of outcome anxiety. Third, gain the CEO's composure. When a market crash happen or a competitor undercut you, the result obsessed CEO panics. The detached CEO assess the situation calmly because their ego isn't tied to being the person who never fails. They can pivot, adapt, and iterate with cold, clear head. The paradox of Gita is that by letting go of the desperate need for the result, you actually become more capable of achieving it. You work smarter, not harder. You lead with clarity instead of chaos, etc. The most effective leader I've studied are not those who spend every waking hour trembling about the bottom line. They are the ones who build incredible systems, nurtured incredible teams, and focus obsessively on craft of building the business, not the result. The result weren't their masters. The result was a byproduct of their excellence. So here is a challenge for the next 3 months, for the next quarter. Identify the things you are doing solely because you are afraid of the result, and then shift your energy. Pour it into the process. Pour it into the people. Pour it into the strategy. Let go of the outcome and watch how much more effective you can drive the growth that you're looking for. Because when you stop shaking from the pressure of the result, your aim becomes incredibly steady. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. What is one process you have been neglecting because you were too busy chasing a result? Let us discuss this further in the next video. Friends, have a nice day ahead, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. The National Stock Exchange, also known as NSE, has officially filed its draft for red herring prospectus for a massive 30 billion IPO. In this video, we break down what this historic move means for the Indian stock market, why industry giants like SBI are offloading their stakes, and what investors need to know before the listing becomes available for general public. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company that sits at the very heart of the Indian economy. It doesn't build cars, it builds stock markets. It doesn't sell consumer goods. It doesn't run factories, but every single day millions of people trust it with their life savings. That company is the National Stock Exchange, the NSC. After decades of waiting, regulatory battles, and massive anticipation, it is finally happening. On June 17, 2026, the NSE officially filed its draft red herring prospectus. We are looking at a potential 30,000 crore IPO valuing this financial giant at over 5 lakh crores. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now, let's move ahead. This isn't just an IPO, it is the biggest financial event of the year in India. Today, we are going deep into the DRHP to find what is actually happening, why SBI and other giants are cashing out, and what this means for your portfolio. Well, it is the historic first. Let's put the numbers in perspective. This IPO is expected to be the largest in Indian history, surpassing the massive listing of the Hyundai Motor India and even the LIC. But here is the catch. It's a 100% offer for sale, OFS. That means no fresh money is going into the exchange to build new tech or expand offices. Instead, it's all about existing shareholders offloading their stakes. We are talking about 14.89 crore share hitting the market. Investors are effectively buying into the infrastructure of Indian wealth, not a startup chasing growth. Why are the big players like SBI selling off their stakes now? SBI, along with other state-owned giants, is positioning to offload millions of shares. Some of these institutions bought in years ago at incredibly low price. In some cases, for less than a rupee per share. With an expected IPO price potentially be in thousands, we are talking about a massive wealth unlocking for these long-term holders. But it is not just SBI. The list of seller is a who's who of the global and domestic finances, including CPPIB, Tamasak linked entities, and the various insurance companies. It's a strategic reshuffle allowing these institutions to book profits after years of holding on. Now, don't let the $30 billion evaluation blind you. There are two sides of this coin. The NSC is a near monopoly, handling roughly 93% of the cash market turnover and 99.8% of the equity futures. That dominant position generates massive profits over 10,000 crore in net profit for financial year 2026. However, the regulator, which is SEBI, has been keeping a close watch. Issues like the co-location cases have haunted the exchange for years. Furthermore, SEBI is actively trying to cool down the retail frenzy in the derivative market, which ironically is where the huge chunk of the NSE's revenue comes from. Buying this stock means betting that exchange can continue to thrive even as a regulator tighten the rules on very product that derives its earning. So is this a bargain? Right now, shares are trading in the unlisted market at roughly rupees 2000 to 2050. Analysts are cautious. The actual valuation will depend on the final price, which is a band going to be set after the regulatory review. For long-term investors, the NSE is a proxy for the growth of Indian capital market. But for short-term traders, the priced in hype is something to watch closely. The NSE IPO isn't just a stock listing, it is a milestone in India's financial journey. Whether you plan to subscribe or just watch from the sideline, this is a story that will define the market mood for rest of 2026. So friends, what do you think? Is a 5 lakh crore valuation justified, or is the market getting ahead of itself? Let me know in the comments below, and if you have found this deep dive helpful, hit that subscribe button. We'll be covering the price band and the final allotment dates as soon as they are dropped. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि जो मार्केट वोलेटिलिटी है या ग्लोबल अनसर्टेनिटी है या कांस्टेंट डिसरप्शन जो हमारे बिजनेस में होते रहते हैं, इसके होते हुए एक लीडर, एक सीईओ अपनी ट्रू स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे महसूस कर सकता है। तो इस बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम, भगवत गीता का सहारा लेंगे और इसमें देखेंगे कि ये हमें क्या एडवाइस भगवत गीता हमें देती है। ऑलराइट, हम ये डिस्कवर करेंगे कि कोई ऐसा मॉडल है जो हमारे को बहुत शक्तिशाली बना देता है, इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देता है और ऐसा हमको बना देता है कि हम किसी चीज से विचलित नहीं होते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, स्पेशली सारे लीडर्स के लिए। तो कहीं मत जाएगा क्योंकि ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग हम डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आपका फिर से स्वागत है और हम इस एपिसोड में एंशिएंट विजडम जो हमारे भगवत गीता में मेंशन्ड है उसका सहारा लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि जो लीडर्स होते हैं वो कैसे हाई प्रेशर लैंडस्केप के अंदर 2026 में, क्योंकि बहुत हाई प्रेशर है, बहुत सारे रेगुलेशंस हैं, बहुत सारे नई तरह से बिजनेस करना है। तो इसमें जो लीडर्स हैं, आज के हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं या आप हैं या सीईओज हैं, ये कैसे अपनी रेजिलिएंट, अपने सॉफ्ट स्किल को इतना बढ़ा सकते हैं कि वो एक जो स्किल है आपका उसको बिल्कुल इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल बना देगा आपको। तो हम इस चीज का विश्लेषण करेंगे आज और हम ये जो इसका आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 23 से। ये वर्स है, बहुत ही छोटा सा वर्स है, बहुत ही 2 लाइनों का इसमें श्लोक है ये। इसमें भगवान कृष्ण एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं अर्जुन को, जब अर्जुन अपने कुरुक्षेत्र में बैठे हैं और एक ये मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये डिलीवर किया गया है। और इसमें ये बताया गया है कि इस वर्स के अंदर कि आप कैसे अपने आप को साइकोलॉजिकली स्टेबल बना सकते हैं। ये बहुत ही जरूरी है क्योंकि अगर आप किसी बोर्ड रूम में जा रहे हैं और आप साइकोलॉजिकल स्टेबल नहीं है, आपको कोई चीज परेशान कर रही है, तो आप वहां पे फेल हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो बताइए कि आप किस सिटी से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में आप हमारे वीडियो देखते हैं। चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो ये वर्ड्स है, ये जो श्लोक है, ये कहता है कि जो हमारी आत्मा है, जो हमारा सेल्फ है, ये एक किसी भी हथियार से डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता, आग में जलाया नहीं जा सकता, पानी से इसको गीला नहीं किया जा सकता और ना ही हवा से इसको उड़ाया नहीं जा सकता। तो अगर इसको आप प्रथम दृष्टि में देखेंगे, फर्स्ट ग्लांस, तो ऐसा लगता है कि ये कोई मेटाफिजिकल स्टेटमेंट है। लेकिन मॉडर्न एग्जीक्यूटिव के लिए, जो आज के सीईओ हैं, उसके लिए ये क्या वैल्यू रखता है। लेकिन इसको आप ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे, हम इसको डिकोड भी करेंगे। ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल ब्लूप्रिंट है जिसमें भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को सिखा रहे हैं कि जो आपकी जो कोर कैपेसिटी है डिसीजन मेकिंग की या जजमेंट लेने की, ये कैसे आप अपने जो जजमेंट लेने की जो इंडिपेंडेंस है आपके दिमाग में, ये एक्सटर्नल जो थ्रेट्स होती हैं उससे इफेक्ट होता है। तो कैसे आप अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं। और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में हमारे जो एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स हैं वो क्या क्या हो सकते हैं। देखिए, क्रिटिसिज्म हो सकता है, मार्केट में आग लगी है, आग लगी है, हर चीज खराब हो रही है, कोई बिक रहा है, कुछ नहीं बिक रहा है, तो मार्केट का डेटा, वो एक एक्सटर्नल हो सकता है, और रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस एक एक्सटर्नल इनपुट हो सकते हैं। क्योंकि रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस होते हैं, रियलिटी है लाइफ की, कि जो गवर्नमेंट है किसी भी देश में, वो कभी भी अपने हिसाब से वो रेगुलेशन को बदल देते हैं। तो हमें बिजनेस को ये हमेशा इनपुट रहता है कि कुछ ना कुछ उथल पुथल हो रही है। और दूसरा लास्ट में क्या होता है, इकोनॉमिक वॉलेटिलिटी। इन सब के बावजूद जो इकोनॉमी है वो हमारे हाथ में होती नहीं है, ये तो यूनिवर्स अपने आप ही मेंटेन करता है इस चीज को। तो जो ये वर्ड्स है ये बताता है, एक बहुत स्टेबल देता है कि ऐसी कोई चीज है जो ना आग में जलाई जा सकती है, ना उसको हवा उड़ा सकता है, ना पानी गीला कर सकता है, ना कोई उसको वेपन डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इससे हम कैसे इंस्पायर हो, और हम अपने जो हमारा जो बिजनेस वर्ल्ड है उसमें कैसे इसको उतारें। तो सबसे पहला जो सीख है इससे हमें जो ड्राइव करते हैं वो है, ये है कि हम अपनी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो आउटकम से अलग रखें। मतलब हम हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो हमारे एक्सटर्नल जो सोर्सेज हैं, जैसे कि मैंने बताया बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं, उनसे हम उनसे हम अलग हैं। जैसे कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो गया, तो जो लीडर है उस प्रोजेक्ट को लीड कर रहा है, वो उसको लगेगा कि यार मेरा तो सब खत्म हो गया, तो पर्सनल डिफीट जैसा लगता है। तो गीता हमें इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि पर्सनल डिफीट या पर्सनल विक्ट्री से हम विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, हमें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी जो इंटेग्रिटी विजन है वो काफी लॉन्ग टर्म होना चाहिए। तो जो कभी हमारी विक्ट्री होती है, कभी हमारा फेलियर होता है, उससे ना हम बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो और ना हो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी। दूसरा बताया गया है इसके अंदर जो हमें सीख मिलती है वो ये है, मेंटेनिंग इक्विनामिटी। ये हमें बताता है कि हम जो इनर सेल्फ है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि जो हमारा जो इनर जो हमारी पर्सनालिटी है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए, एक स्ट्रेट लाइन पे ही रहना चाहिए, ना ज्यादा खुश होना चाहिए ना ज्यादा दुखी होना चाहिए। और उससे क्या होता है कि जब जब हम किसी से विचलित नहीं होते, तो हम कोई भी परेशानी जो आती है उसको हम बहुत आराम से और उसको सोच समझ के सूझबूझ के साथ उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं। और तीसरा इसमें जो सीख मिलती है, अनबर्नेबल माइंडसेट। आपको जो माइंडसेट है जो किसी भी तूफान को झेल सकता है, मतलब बोलते हैं ना इंग्लिश में कि थ्रो एनीथिंग एट मी, तो उस चीज को आप मतलब आप झेल सकते हैं और आपको इसका फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो आप कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट नहीं करता है, इस वजह से आप एक रेजिलिएंट लीडर बन जाते हैं और अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टर्बुलेंट टाइम्स के अंदर अच्छी तरह लीड कर सकते हैं। तो ये सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल आपको महसूस होगा, ये तीन चीजें हमने सीखी इस श्लोक में, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल इस श्लोक के से जो निकल के आता है वो है, जो हमें रेजिलेंट बनने से रोकता है, वो है हमारी ईगो। जो हमारी ईगो है वो हमेशा या तो किसी ना किसी आउटकम से जुड़ी रहती है। जैसे कि हमारे टाइटल्स हैं, हम प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम सीईओ हैं, हम हेड ऑफ सो एंड सो है। एक ये ईगो हो जाता है। एक हमारा स्टॉक प्राइजेस, कि हमने इतना अच्छा काम किया, हमारी कंपनी का प्राइस बहुत ऊपर जा रहा है, हमारी खुद की रेपुटेशन। तो ये जो वर्ड्स है ये आपको बोलता है कि ईगो अगर आप इसमें लाएंगे तो ये सारी चीजें जैसे फायर, विंड, वेपन्स, ये आपको इफेक्ट करेंगे, मतलब आप रेजिलियंस खो देंगे। तो आपको ईगो बिल्कुल निकाल देनी है, अपने आप को बिल्कुल ग्राउंडेड करना है। और ग्राउंडेड करके गीता आपको ये नहीं बोलता कि आप चले जाइए जंगल में, आपको बोलता है कि आप पहले ग्राउंडेड हो जाइए, बिकम इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल, और उसके बाद अपने धर्म का पालन करें। आपका धर्म क्या है? आपका धर्म है अपनी कंपनी को, अपने एम्प्लॉयज को, अपने कस्टमर्स को वैल्यू देना। ये आपका धर्म माना जाता है गीता के अनुसार। तो आप अपने रेजिलियंस को बढ़ाएं, एक दीवार की तरह बन जाएं, ना ज्यादा खुश हो ना ज्यादा दुखी, ना कोई आपको विचलित कर सके, ना आपको कोई मार्केट टर्बुलेंट जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो आपको हिला सके, कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट ना करे। आप बन जाएंगे एग्जीक्यूटिव रेजिलियंस के मसीहा, एक बहुत बड़े स्ट्रांग, मेंटली स्ट्रांग एक लीडर बन जाएंगे। चलिए ये तो बात होगी, अब आप इसको प्रैक्टिस कैसे करें? मतलब एक दिन में तो आप इसको कर नहीं सकते हैं, आपको पूरा अपना जो माइंड है वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो पहली जो सीख है वो है कि आप सुबह मॉर्निंग चेक इन करें। मॉर्निंग चेक इन मतलब कैसे करेंगे कि अगर कोई इंपॉर्टेंट मीटिंग आपकी स्टार्ट होने वाली है तो आप 1 मिनट का समय अपने आप को दें और ये सोचें कि आज किस तरह से मैं हैंडल करूंगा और कैसे मैं अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखूंगा, कुछ भी फ्लक्चुएशन होता रहे मार्केट में और आपके बिजनेस में, लेकिन आपका जो लेवल है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए। दूसरा, आपको क्या प्रैक्टिस करना है? न्यूट्रल ऑब्जर्वेशन। आप किसी भी क्राइसिस को देखेंगे तो उसको न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे, बायस होके नहीं देखेंगे कि ये मेरा है ये तेरा है, ऐसा करके नहीं देखेंगे और ये मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, और बहुत तरह की बातें होती हैं। लेकिन आप ऐसा समझ के देखेंगे कि आप जज हैं, जज जूरी, और अपने आप को ऐसे न्यूट्रल पार्टी रख के फिर आप देखेंगे किसी भी इंसिडेंट को, तो आप अच्छा डिसीजन ले पाएंगे। फिर आपको कोई मार्केट फोर्सेस या कुछ इवेंट या फायर विंड कोई भी आपको हिला नहीं पाएगी और आप आराम से सोल्यूशन निकालते हुए, नेविगेट करते हुए प्रॉब्लम से अपने आप को और अपनी कंपनी को बाहर ले जाएंगे। तीसरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आउटकम डिटैचमेंट, मतलब कि जो रिजल्ट है उससे आप अटैच ना हो, ये ना कहें कि ये मैंने किया है। राइट? भगवत गीता आपको इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि आपका धर्म है, आपका जो एक्शन है आपका धर्म है, तो आपको एक्शन पूरा फुल फ्लेज करना है। लेकिन ये कभी नहीं बोलना है कि ये मैंने एक्शन लिया इस वजह से ऐसा हुआ, क्योंकि ये तो यूनिवर्स देता है आपको। तो आपको अपने एंड रिजल्ट से डिटैच अपने आप को रखना है। एंड जिस तरीके से आप हर वीक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने करियर के अंदर, आपको ये रिमेंबर करना है कि कैसे आपको ये जो अनवेवरिंग स्ट्रेंथ है आपकी आत्मा की, आपके पर्सनालिटी की, ये कभी भी ढीली नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। और इस वजह से आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आपको देखेगी, आपके जो एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं आपको देखेंगे, दे विल रिकग्नाइज यू एज ए लीडर। और इसकी वजह से ये काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाता है ये वर्ड्स, क्योंकि इससे काफ़ी सीख मिलती है। तो दोस्तों, आपके कोई भी सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर लिखिए, और मैं अंत में यही बोलूँगा कि आगे बढ़िए क्लैरिटी के साथ और लीड विद योर सेंटर। तो मैं आपसे अगले वीडियो में फिर से मिलता हूँ, तब तक के लिए आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार। Hello, friends. We have a very profound and very deep question to address today, and that is there a part of you that survives beyond the physical world or physical realm? In this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom offered by Bhagavad Gita, and to explore the intersection of ancient Vedic philosophy and the modern conceptual science. While our bodies changes from infancy to old age, our sense of I remains constant. We explore why the Gita defines Brahman as the supreme, the indestructible entity, and how this transcendental energy operates outside the laws of decay. Let's go. Friends, every 7 years, virtually every cell in our body, in your body, my body, get replaced. Your skin, your blood, even the lining on the stomach, it's all new. And if you look at the photo of yourself from 10 years ago, you are looking at a collection of atoms that are the most part no longer belonging to you. And yet you feel like the same person. When you say, I am hungry or I am tired, who is this I? Who is this I talking? Is it the meat suit that made of carbon and water, or is it the driver inside? Today we are going to explore one of the most profound scientific and the spiritual intersection in history. We are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 3, to answer the ultimate question. That is, why are you not your body? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the literal and the metaphorical battlefield, the warrior Arjun asks about the nature of existence. Bhagwan Krishna responds with a verse that serves as a theory of everything for the souls. And the verse says, the quote starts, Brahman is the supreme, indestructible and transcendental living entity. The material nature of living entity is called Atma. And karma is the fruitive action that result in the material body of a living being. Quote close. Let's break this down like a scientist would, right? Let's look at the word Brahman, which is, in other words, is supreme entity. In physics, we talk about the laws of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Bhagavad Gita calls this Brahman. It is the fundamental stuff of the universe, which is indestructible, and also this is an indestructible observer. Number 2 is the nature of self, which is Atma or your soul. This is your software. It is the inherent nature of the living entity that remains constant even when the hardware, which is your body, changes. Number 3 is the karma, which is the mechanism. This is the kinetic force. It is the action that bridges the gap between the spiritual and the material world. And if you are not your body, then what are you? In science, we often struggle with the hard problem of consciousness. We can map the brain, we can see the neurons firing, but we cannot find you in the gray matter. Think of your body like a mobile phone. The phone has a screen, a battery and a circuit, but the signal, which is the data, the internet, the voice of on the other side, other end, doesn't live inside the wires. If you smash the phone, the signal doesn't die. It simply has no medium to manifest through. You're getting this point? I hope you're. Now, the Gita explains that Brahman is that the signal. It is a transcendental, meaning it exists on a frequency higher than the physical world. While the body is subject to entropy, which I hope you know is the second law of thermodynamics, where everything moves towards a disorder. The soul is described as the imperishable. It's a constant. Nothing can touch it. It is the only thing in the universe that doesn't rust or get destroyed. The verse says karma. Karma is the fruitive action that result in the material body. This is the revolutionary way to look at the biology. Usually we think our DNA is the sole architect of our lives, but Gita suggests a deeper layer. Karma is the work or the energy we generate through our desires and actions. Think of it as a cloud server. Your actions are thoughts and your Atma, which is your nature, are uploaded to the cosmic cloud. When your current device, which is your body, wears out, the data that karma determines the specifications of your next device, basically. So based on karma, you will get into a new body. I think this is common sense, right? So because of the theory of reincarnation. Now, it suggests that the life isn't a random accident of chemistry. It is a precise energy-driven transition. If you aren't a body having a spiritual experience, you are a spiritual energy field currently wearing a biological suit to interact with the physical world. Now in chapter 8, there are later explains that this consciousness has the power to travel because it is not bound by the weight of the matter. It is actually non-local also. In quantum physics, we see entanglement where particle affects each other across the vast distances instantly. The Gita suggests that your consciousness is the ultimate quantum particle. At the moment of death, the indestructible living entity carries its predetermined positions and its data to its next destination as easily as the wind carries a scent from its source. So this isn't just an ancient, sermon or mysticism. It is a description of high energy state of being. You are an eternal entity currently localized in a physical point in time, but your nature, which is Atma, is limitless. So, why does this matter? When you realize you're not your body, the fear of the end vanishes. You stop being the broken screen and start identifying as an indestructible signal. As chapter 8 and verse 3 remind us, you are the Brahman, you are the supreme, you are the transcendental, and you are indestructible. The body is just just a story your karma is currently telling you. So walk through the world today knowing that you aren't the container, you're the light inside it. Well, I would like to know your opinion. And thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If this deep dive into Gita and science resonate with you, hit the subscribe button and share this with someone who needs to remember their eternal nature. And I look forward to receiving your messages as well. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. What really happened in 1857? Was it a Sepoy mutiny or the first spark of revolution that would change history forever? In this deep dive, we explore the explosive events of 1857 uprising and how India shook the British crown to its core. Let's go. History is rarely a straight line. Often it is defined by a single explosive moment, a spark that catches fire and consumes the status quo. For the British Empire, that moment arrived in 1857. To some, it was a Sepoy mutiny. To others, it was the first war of independence. But regardless of the label, one thing is certain. In 1857, the heartbeat of the British Empire was stuttered. Today, we are diving into the dramatic, bloody, and world-changing event of 1857 uprising. How did a collection of disgruntled soldiers and local rulers manage to shake the most powerful empire on earth? Let's find out. To understand the explosion, we have to look at the pressure cooker that was India under the East India Company. By the mid 19th century, the British were no longer just traders, they were masters. They controlled the vast land through a mixture of treaties and outright annexation, and the doctrine of lapse, a policy that allowed the British to seize any princely state where the ruler died without a direct male heir. But it wasn't just the king and the queens who were angry. The common people were suffering under heavy taxation, and the soldiers, the sepoys, felt their dignity being systematically eroded. The British were dismissive of the local customs and rumors began to circulate that the company was planning to forcefully convert the population to Christianity. The stage was set. All that was needed was a matchstick. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. That match arrived in the form of a rifle, the pattern 1853 Enfield. The new cartridge for this rifle was rumored to be greased with a mixture of cow and pig fat. Think about the implications. For Hindus soldiers, the cow is sacred. For Muslim soldiers, the pig is forbidden. To use these cartridges, a soldier had to bite off the end of the paper casing, effectively forcing them to consume materials that violate their most sacred religious beliefs. In January 1857, the outrage began to boil over. It wasn't just about religion, it was manifestation of the deep-seated humiliation. In March, a young soldier named Mangal Pandey refused to use the cartridge and attacked his British officer. His execution turned him into a martyr, and within a week, the spark in one garrison became a wildfire across North India. The rebellion officially ignited in Meerut on May 10, 1857. Soldiers marched on Delhi, the former seat of Mughal Empire, and declared the aging Emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar as their leader. The uprising was not a single coordinated military campaign, it was a massive decentralized eruption. In cities like Lucknow, Kanpur, and Jhansi, the rebellion took different forms. In Jhansi, the Rani Lakshmi Bai became an icon of defiance, leading her troops against the British with unmatched courage. For the British, the situation was dire. They were quite spread thinly, caught off guard, and for a few months they were genuinely terrified that they would be driven out of the subcontinent entirely. The invincible British administration was scrambling for its dear life. The British reaction was swift and brutal. They poured reinforcement into India and launched a series of counter-offensives that were as ruthless as the rebellion had been chaotic. The siege, massacre, and the betrayal defined the final stages of the conflict. By 1858, the rebellion was effectively crushed. But the victory came at a massive cost. The British realized they could no longer govern India through a private company. The East India Company was dissolved and control was transferred directly to the British Crown. The British Raj had begun and the political landscape of India was permanently altered. So, did this uprising fail? If you look at the immediate military outcome, yes, definitely. The British remained in control for another 90 years. But if you look at the soul of the nation, it was the greatest victory imaginable. 1857 was the moment Indians across different regions, religions, and social classes realized they could challenge the imperial giants. It planted the seed of nationalism that would eventually lead the way to freedom movement of the 20th century, which is the largest freedom movement. Finally, we got the independence in 1947. When we look back at the event of 1857, we aren't just looking at a battle. We are looking at the moment India stood up, shook the chains of colonial rule, and began the long journey towards reclaiming its destiny. So friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think 1857 was inevitable? Let me know, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Hello friends and Namaskaram. In a landmark deal that reshapes the global AI landscape, Meta has officially partnered with Reliance Industries to build its first ever AI-enabled data centers in India. Located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, this 168 megawatt facility is more than just infrastructure. It is a clear signal that India is rapidly becoming the backbone of the next generation of artificial intelligence. Let us explore this further. Hello everyone, my name is CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. If you have been following the global tech landscape, you know the narrative has shifted. For years, the story of artificial intelligence was written almost exclusively in Silicon Valley. But today, the center of gravity is moving. Just day before yesterday, on June 10th, 2026, we saw a watershed movement. Meta has officially announced its first build to suit AI data center in India, located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in partnership with Reliance Industries. We are talking about massive 168 megawatt facility that will eventually power some of the most advanced AI workloads on this planet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, but why India? Why is a global giant like Meta pouring such massive capital into our backyard? Today we are going to peel back the layers of this strategy. This isn't just about servers, it's about the intelligence era. Let's look at the logistics. Why Jamnagar? Reliance isn't building a warehouse, because usually all the big business of Reliance, which are bulk in nature, are all located in Jamnagar. So they are building a hyperscale campus. This facility isn't just powered by the grid; it is designed for sustainability, using renewable energy and desalinated seawater for cooling. Meta is covering the cost to ensure this just isn't just big; it is efficient. And look at the geography. Jamnagar sits right next to the key undersea cable landing station. Meta is connecting this facility to Project Waterworth, the world's longest subsea cable system. This allows them to tie India's digital infrastructure directly to their global nervous system. For Meta, India isn't just a market of 1.4 billion people anymore. It is becoming a compute hub. They are betting that India's infrastructure can handle the most complex AI reasoning models, and they are backing it with over a gigawatt of renewable energy agreement with partners like CleanMax. Think back to 2016. The conversation in India was about the cost of the data. We led a revolution that made the internet accessible for everyone. Mukesh Ambani said recently, India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will have to reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did with the cost of data. And that is the mission. Meta's partnership with Reliance and their joint venture in artificial intelligence is aimed at democratizing high-end AI tools. And what is that we are talking about here? We're talking about starting with business agents, automating customer services across WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram for millions of small businesses. Number two, creator assistant, giving the massive Indian creator economy the tools to analyze performance and generate content in real time. Meta is betting that if they provide the tool for intelligence, the Indian market will build the solution on top of it. So why are they doing this now? Because the data is undeniably very important. A recent BCG report shows that India leads the world in workplace AI adoption. 97% of the Indian managers are using AI regularly. We aren't just consumers of technology, we are at its most enthusiastic implementers. When you combine our demography dividend, our massive technical talent pool, and now this world class infrastructure that Meta and Reliance are laying down, you got an ecosystem that is perfectly primed for a particular scaling. A global giant realized that if they want to win in AI, they don't just need to sell to India, they need to build in India. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? For the developers, for the business owners, and for the students watching this channel, it means the barriers to entry for AI innovation is collapsing. With the level of infrastructure, India is transitioning from service provider to global hub for AI driven transformation. We are no longer just outsourcing work, we are insourcing the intelligence revolution. As we see these data centers come online over the next 2 years, keep a close eye on the applications being built here. We are entering an era where your local business, your education system, your career will be powered by compute capacity that was previously unimaginable. So friends, once again, my name is CK and this is Akulmach Business. If you found this deep dive valuable, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel and let me know in the comments, do you think India will become the #1 global destination for AI development by 2030? Let us discuss it more, and I await your messages and opinions. See you in the next one.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one stage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying, and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry, and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind, and universe were not separate realms but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy, and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not a distinct mystery but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos but as an order pattern we have learned from. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry and proportion. So ritual were not a random act but a carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision, and this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract, it was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry, and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind, and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps importantly, his teaching that body, mind, and cosmos must remain in equilibrium, and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological, actually, the overload. So, taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, so in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living, actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके, और हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज करता हूँ, आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफे इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः, इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान की स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई, और जिन लोगों की शनि के ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार, और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा अपने हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं, और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। Hello friends, the big question that we want to answer today is that the next industrial revolution happening in deep space, very profound question. While the world has been focused on the AI boom, a silent titan has been emerging in the labs. And this is known as Mars Plasma Thruster. Forget the silicon gold rush. The real treasure is being found in the vacuum of space. In today's video, we dive deep into the trillion-dollar engine and explore why plasma propulsion is no longer a science fiction but the backbone of the next global economic era. From slashing the cost of satellites deployment to enabling sustainable deep space logistics, plasma tech is disrupting the global tech market and shifting the scales of geopolitical leadership. We break down the cosmic infrastructure that will define the 2030s and beyond. Let's go. While the world has been looking down at their phones, distracted by the latest AI chatbot and the fluctuating prices of the tech stock, a silent revolution has been brewing in the vacuum of space. We have spent the last decade obsessed with that cloud, but the next trillion-dollar industry isn't made of software. It's made of fire, or more accurately, plasma. In the history of humanity, every great economic gold rush was preceded by a breakthrough in transportation. In the 19th century, we had the steam engine, which opened up the frontiers. In the 20th century, we had the jet engine, which shrank the globe, and the entire earth is now known as a global village. But we stand here in 2026. We are facing a wall. Our current rocket technology, which is based on chemical propulsion, is essentially just a fancy way of blowing things up to push ourselves forward. It's heavy, it is inefficient, and it is the reason why the trip to Mars still feels like a suicide mission. Enter the plasma thruster, specifically the high power variant being designed for a Mars run. This isn't just a faster engine, it is a cornerstone of what we call the cosmic infrastructure. Today we are going to pull back the curtain on why this technology is the trillion dollar engine, and why it's sparking a geopolitical and economic race that will redefine the global leadership for the next century. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the gold rush, we have to understand the tool. Most of us grew up watching the space shuttle or the Saturn V massive towers of fire. Those are the chemical rockets. They work by burning fuel to create a massive amount of thrust in a very short time. It's a great equipment for getting off the earth, but traveling through space, it's like trying to drive across a continent in a car that has 5,000 gallon tank but only got 2 miles per gallon, right? So plasma thruster, often called the ion engines, are specifically the VASIMR, VASIMR, which stands for Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, operate on a completely different principle. Instead of burning fuel, they use electricity, often from the solar panels or the small nuclear reactor, to turn a gas like argon or xenon into plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. By using the powerful magnetic field, the engine accelerates this plasma to incredible speed, up to 50 kilometers per second. Now, here is a magic trick. A plasma engine doesn't have the raw power to lift a house off the ground, but once you are in the vacuum of space, it is the ultimate marathon runner. It can stay on for months, constantly accelerating. While a chemical rocket is a sprint, the plasma engine is a bullet train. It can cut a trip to Mars from 9 months down to just 3 months. But for the tech market, the speed isn't even the most exciting part. It is the efficiency. Because of these engines require fraction of the propellant, we can finally stop sending fuel into space and start sending payload. And in business, payload is profit. So let's talk numbers. Why $1 trillion? Right now, the space economy is valued at roughly $600 billion. Most of that is satellite GPS satellites, communication satellite, and weather satellites, etc. Also military satellites, but we are not counting those. But there is a bottleneck. Satellites are disposable. Once they run out of fuel to stay in their proper orbit, they become expensive space junk. Plasma thruster changed the math of space logistics. Imagine a fleet of space tugs, a small plasma powered vehicle that can move from orbit to orbit, refueling satellites, repairing them, or moving them to new positions. This isn't just a niche service, it is the birth of an orbital economy. When the cost of moving things in space drops by 90%, industries that were once impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. Think about asteroid mining. A single metallic asteroid can contain more platinum and gold than has ever been mined in human history. But you can't bring a 500-ton rock back to Earth using chemical rockets. The fuel cost would bankrupt you and before you left the atmosphere. With plasma propulsion, however, you have the slow and steady torque needed to move massive amount of raw material across the solar system. And this is a tech gold rush. The winner just won't be one who finds the gold. It will be the one who owns the infrastructure, the engines that make the trade routes possible. This brings us to the showdown. Who is going to own this infrastructure? Very big question. For decades, space are playground of the superpower, the US and Russia. But the plasma revolution has leveled the playing field and at the same time raised the stakes. We are seeing a three-way race. And which are the titans? NASA and the European Space Agency are betting big on nuclear-enabled plasma propulsion for 2030's Mars mission. Who are the disruptors? Private companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, smaller startups like Ad Astra are moving at Silicon Valley speed, aiming to commercialize these thrusters for satellite constellations. And who are the new contender? Nations like India and China are aggressively investing in electrical propulsion systems. India's ISRO, for example, has become a world leader in cost-effective satellite launches. If they can crack the code on high-efficiency plasma engines, they won't just be launching satellites for others. They will be managing a high ground of the global internet and defense network. Global leadership in the 21st century is no longer just about who has the most aircraft carriers. It's about who controls the cosmic toll booths. If a nation or a corporation owns the primary plasma transport network, they effectively control the flow of data, resources, and security for the entire planet. And this is why the Mars thruster isn't just a piece of hardware, it is a geopolitical chess piece. Now, you might be thinking this is all great for astronauts and billionaires, but what does it mean for guys like me and you, people living in Delhi, London, or New York? The tech gold rush always has a ripple effect. When we perfect the jet engines, we didn't just get faster vacations, we got global trade, overnight shipping, and a connected world. The development of mass-grade plasma thruster requires breakthrough in superconductors, number one. To create the magnetic field needs to contain 1 million degrees of plasma. So we need very high magnetic field generators. Number two is the energy density. To power these engines, we are developing the most efficient solar and micronuclear systems ever conceived. Number three is the material science. Creating hulls that can withstand the bombardment of deep space radiation. These technologies don't stay in space. The superconductor that powers a Mars thruster today will power a fusion reactor on Earth tomorrow. The energy system designed for plasma engines will eventually provide clean, limitless power for our cities. The trillion-dollar engine is a massive R&D laboratory for the problems we face on Earth today. We aren't going to Mars to escape the Earth. We are going to Mars to invent the tool that will save it. So, This is very exciting. So friends, do let me know what you feel about it. And I will catch you again in the next one. Before I go, what about our affiliate partner? Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time, it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR-1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months, it can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज बुधवार का दिन है। आज का दिन गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित होता है। आप सबको पता है इस बारे में। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान की पूजा करके। तो गणेश जी का मंत्र उच्चारण करेंगे और हर रोज की तरह हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। आपको पता ही है काउंटर, इसमें नंबर्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक नंबर्स आ जाते हैं, तो ये हमें काफ़ी सहायता करता है अपने गिनती करने में। लेकिन आप किसी भी तरीके से जो आपको कंफर्टेबल हो, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं और अपनी उंगलियों पे भी गिन सकते हैं, क्योंकि सिर्फ 11 बार ही करना है। तो आराम से आप जैसे भी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम भगवान का ध्यान करते हैं और एक छोटा सा मंत्र 11 दफा हम उसका उच्चारण करेंगे। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 ओम गण गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गण गणपते नमः। तो हमारा भगवान की स्तुति आप समाप्त हुई। हमारा आज का जो हम दिन शुरू करना चाहते हैं वो हम अच्छी तरह स्टार्ट करें, यही हमारी प्रार्थना है। आपका भी दिन अच्छी तरह बीते, इस कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In the era of endless data saturation, 24 by 7 market analysis and constant forecasting, the most dangerous trap for modern CEO is the noise. Are you making decision based on reality, or are you operating within a loop of the past assumption and the future anxiety? In this video, we decode timeless principle from Bhagavad Gita that serves as a masterclass in strategic clarity. We explore how to break free from the forecast of the illusion, the collective confusion that clouds executive judgment, and reclaim the ability to see the market as it truly is. Let's go. Imagine your average Tuesday morning. You walk into your office or open your laptop at home, and the flood begins. Slack notification, earning reports, market forecasts from analysts who have never run a business, opinions from stakeholders, the anxiety of what your competitors might be doing next week. We are living in an era of unprecedented data saturation. As a CEO, you are trained to listen. You are told to keep your ears to the ground, to listen to the market, and gather intelligence. But what happens when the intelligence you gather is actually blocking your vision? What if the very act of listening to the noise is exactly what preventing you from seeing the reality of your business? Today, we are going to explore a radical ancient principle that directly addresses the modern executive trap. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 52, and it offers a solution to the most common leadership struggle of our time, the struggle between reacting to the noise and acting with a true clarity. We are going to learn why, as a leader, you must stop listening to the chorus of illusion and start seeing the objective truth. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. The verse we are focusing on is simply very simple, few words, yet very profound. And the quote starts: emerging from the forest of illusion, the intelligence becomes detached from what has been heard and what will be heard. Quote close. Let's break down for the boardroom. The forest of illusion isn't a magical place. It's your daily operational environment. It's the echo chamber of industry experts. It's the fear mongering of the financial news. It is the what we have always done culture within your company. The words highlight two specific dangerous traps. First, what has been heard. This is your history. It's your past success that you're trying to replicate, or your past failures that you're terrified of repeating. It is a legacy data, When you lead based on solely what you have heard, you are living in the past. What will be heard is a second one. This is the speculation. It's what if scenario. The AI hype cycles, the fear of future competition. When you lead based on this, you are living in an anxiety. So, when you are trapped in this forest, your intelligence, your strategic foresight is compromised. You aren't seeing the business, you are seeing the hallucination of your own biases and external noise. So, friends, what does detachment actually means here? Does it mean you stop reading reports? Does it mean you fire your strategic, the team responsible for strategic outcome? Absolutely not. In business, detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means intellectual sovereignty. It means you receive the information, you acknowledge the report, you hear the opinion, but you do not let it become your reality. Think of it like a seasoned ship captain in a storm. The captain hears the wind, they see the waves, they understand the data from the radar, they are aware of all of it, but they do not become the storm themselves. They don't panic because the wind is loud. They maintain their grip on the wheel, focused on the horizon and the true destination. Most CEOs are currently letting the wind steer the ship. They are reacting to every gust of market volatility. The goal of this Gita inspired leadership is to stop letting the noise determine your trajectory. How do you actually transition from listening to seeing? And here are three-step framework which I would like to offer to you. Step one, the noise filter, and it's an audit. Once a week, look at your data point you consume. Ask yourself, is this objective reality, or is this someone's interpretation of reality? A financial report is data. A market sentiment analysis is an opinion. Separate the two. If you can't act on it directly, it is noise. Minimize your exposure to it. Step number two, the what if quarantine. When you find yourself spiraling about what will be heard, the future fears, write them down, then move them to a quarantine folder. Do not address them until your monthly strategic review is done. When you look at them later, you will be surprised at how many of those urgent fear have evaporated. You are detaching from the future anxiety to focus on the present execution. Step number 3, assessing the observer's self. This is the most critical part. When a crisis hit, force a 10-second pause. Physically, step back from your screen. Ask yourself, if I were a consultant looking at this form of from the outside with no emotional stake in the past or the future, what would I see? That is your intelligence. That is your clarity. That is the strategic vision you are paid to provide. So, why does this matter? Because in a world of hype, clarity is the ultimate competitive advantage. Everyone else is reacting, everyone else is chasing the same trends, reading the same newsletter, and getting scared by the same headlines. When you detach, when you move out of the forest, you see the opportunity that others are literally too loud to hear. You stop competing on the noise, you start competing on the substance. You become the CEO who doesn't get rattled by a market drip. You become the leader whose team feels calm because your direction is based on objective truth, not temporary emotion. This isn't just mindfulness, this is the high performance business strategy. It is a practice of being immovable in the center of the hurricane. The verse from chapter 2, verse 52 is a call to maturity. It's a time to stop looking for answers in the noise. The answers isn't in another market report. The answer is in your ability to clarify your own vision. So, friends, I challenge you this week. Identify one noise source in your life, a meeting, a report, a channel. that contributes more to your anxiety than your insight. Cut it out, create the space, step out of the forest, start seeing the reality of your business. So, friends, if you found this perspective helpful, share this with other leaders who need to hear it. And for more deep dives into the intersection of ancient wisdom and the modern strategy, make sure you subscribe our channel. I'm CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one, my friends. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि सोमवार का दिन तो भगवान शंकर के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे, उससे पहले हम भगवान की पूजा करेंगे हर रोज की तरह। और आज हम शंकर भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे जिससे आपके दिन, हमारा दिन शुभ रहे। भगवान शंकर की स्तुति करेंगे। तो आप भी हमारे साथ महामृत्युंजय का जाप करें, 11 दफा करेंगे। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, मैं ये काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं। नहीं तो आप जैसे भी, अगर आप अपने माइंड के अंदर भी अगर आप काउंट करना चाहें तो आप ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे आप कंफर्टेबल हो वैसे आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और महामृत्युंजय का जाप हमारे साथ ज्वाइन करके करें। ठीक है, तो हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, नमन करिए भगवान शंकर का और ध्यान लगाइए और हम महामृत्युंजय का जाप शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारा महामृत्युंजय का जाप संपन्न हुआ और हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं, लेकिन जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। आपका दिन शुभ हो, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखें। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome. In this video, we decode one of the most profound verses of the Bhagavad Gita to reveal a blueprint for a modern leadership and business's longevity. While the most CEO fear the end of a market cycle or the disruption of their industry, the Gita teaches that dissolution is simply the precursor to a more powerful manifestation. Let us go and discuss this further. Every CEO, every founder, every leader share a common nightmare. That is the end. The end of a product relevance, the end of a market cycle, the end of an era. We spend billions on R&D and strategy just to stave away and stave off the inevitable moment when what we have built is no longer enough. We treat disruption like an enemy and therefore it has to be defeated. But what if the end wasn't a failure? What if it was a biological, even cosmic necessity? Today we are bridging the gap between the modern boardroom and the ancient Vedic philosophy. We are looking at chapter 9, verse 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, where Shri Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, reveals a concept that can transform your lead, you can scale, and most importantly, how you can pivot. Welcome to the Eternal Pivot Leadership Lessons from the Cycle of Kalpa. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's look at the verse. The text says, and in this context, Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, quote starts, every material being enter into me at the end of the every cycle of Kalpa or a millennium. O Konte, I send them back again at the beginning of the next cycle, quote close. To understand this, for business, we need to understand two terms, Kalpa and dissolution. A Kalpa is a massive cycle of time, a cosmic fiscal year or a grand scale. At the end of this cycle, everything, the stars, the planet, the souls, merges back into the source. Nothing is destroyed in the scene in a sense of vanishing into nothingness. It is simply pulled back into a state of potential. You know potential energy? Right. Then Bhagwan Krishna says, I send them back again. This is a first grade leadership lesson. Existence is cyclic, not linear. In business, we often try to force linear growth forever. But the Gita reminds us that everything that manifests must eventually be pulled back into the source, which is the core idea, the raw talent, the capital, etc., before it can be projected outward again in a better, more evolved form. Why do legacy companies fail? Because they try to fight the end of their kalpa. Think of Kodak, Nokia, or Blockbuster. They viewed their current form, their specific product as permanent. When the cycle ended, they resisted the pullback to the source. They refused to dissolve their old identity, and as a result, they couldn't be sent back as something new. As a leader, your job is to identify when a cycle is closing. Is your current business model is being that has reached the end of the kalpa, or holding on to strategic simply because it worked in the last millennium? Very profound question, isn't it? I think all of you can try and answer in your business. Bhagwan Krishna wisdom here is about strategic detachment. He doesn't mourn the end of kalpa. He facilitates it because he knows the next cycle is already planned. A Gita aligned CEO doesn't see a market crash as a catastrophe. They see it as the universe clearing the whiteboard for a new, more efficient design. So, how do you apply this? We call it the eternal pivot. The eternal pivot is the ability to withdraw your energy, resources, and talent from a dying cycle and bring them back to the source, which in your case is your core purpose. When you pivot, you aren't changing who you are changing how you manifest. There are several things that you need to take care. First, identify the end of the cycle signal. High customer acquisition cost, stagnation in innovation, or a shift in the cultural values. These aren't just problems, they are the kalpa signals. Number two, embrace the dissolution. Don't just fix a broken department. Sometimes you have to dissolve it completely. Let the talent and the capital return to the center. Number three, remanifestation. Ask yourself, if you were starting from scratch today with the wisdom of the past, what would I send back into the world? This is exactly what Krishna does. He doesn't just repeat the previous cycle. He sent beings back again, fresh, renewed, and ready for the new era. Leading from the verse 7 means leading with a cosmic perspective. It removes the ego from the pivot. If you believe you are your current product, a pivot feels like a personal death. But if you see yourself as the facilitator of the cycle, like Bhagwan Krishna of your organization, then the pivot becomes your greatest act of creation. You become a leader who's unshakable. When the industry is in chaos, you are calm because you understand the mechanics of the kalpa. You know that for something to be born, something must first return to the source. You aren't just managing people, you are managing the rhythm of evolution. Next time, when you face a major transition, a failed venture, or a shifting market, don't look at it as an ending of the your career, etc. Look at it through the lens of chapter 9 and verse 7. The cycle is closing so that the new one can begin. Your material being, your current project, is just returning to you so that you can send it back out, stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the future. Master this cycle, embrace the dissolution, and always be ready for the next kalpa. So friends, thanks for watching and thanks for listening. Now you go forth and lead the next cycle. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I leave you today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आपका स्वागत है। कभी आपने सोचा है कि ब्लैक होल के अलावा भी ब्रह्मांड में कुछ ऐसा है जो हमारे विज्ञान, हमारी फिजिक्स को पूरा बदल सकता है? इस वीडियो में हम जानेंगे ग्रेविस्टार के बारे में और हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे कि क्यों एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स की दुनिया में ये हमेशा एक चर्चा का विषय है। अक्सर हमने सुना है कि एक विशाल तारा जब उसका एंड होता है, दी एंड, तो वो ब्लैक होल में बदल जाता है। लेकिन कभी आपने सुना है कि हो सकता है कि वो ग्रेविस्टार में बदल जाए और ब्लैक होल ना बने? तो ये ग्रेविस्टार क्या चीज़ है? और ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार एक कोलैप्सिंग स्टार है जो एक मिनी यूनिवर्स का निर्माण कर सकता है? तो काफ़ी दिलचस्प वीडियो होने वाला है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसकी चर्चा करते हैं। तो दोस्तों, जब हम अंतरिक्ष के बारे में सोचते हैं, उसकी विशालता के को देखते हैं, तो अक्सर हमें लगता है कि जो सितारे हैं, जो स्टार्स हैं, वो एक लाइट का सोर्स हैं, और एक कोई बड़ा स्टार अपने अंत समय में पहुंचता है, वो उसकी डेथ होती है, तो वो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। और हमारी एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में इसके बारे में काफ़ी डिटेल में एक्सप्लेनेशन है, हमारे फॉर्मूलाज से, रिलेटिविटी की थ्योरी से एक्सप्लेन किया गया है। लेकिन हाल ही में कुछ ऐसा देखने को मिला है कि जब ये बड़ा स्टार का दी एंड होता है, सुपरनोवा हाइपरनोवा में जब तब्दील होता है, तो उसके बाद वो कई दफ़ा ब्लैक होल नहीं छोड़ता है। वो एक नए तरीके का, जिसके बारे में हम कम जानते हैं, एक नए तरीके का एक ब्लैक होल की तरह ही एक नया एक छोड़ता है, एक आइटम छोड़ता है जिसका नाम है ग्रेविस्टार। अब उसके नाम से ही पता चलता है कि इससे ग्रेविटी से कुछ लिंक होगा। तो इस ग्रेविट स्टार बोलते हैं इसको, ग्रेविस्टार, जो स्टैंड करता है ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। मतलब ये एक नए तरीके का ये एक जानवर है जो ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार होता है, जिस जो ब्लैक होल से भिन्न होता है। ब्लैक होल क्या करता है, हर चीज अपनी तरफ खींचता है ग्रेविटी की वजह से, लेकिन ये ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार बन जाता है। और अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए या हमें ग्रेविस्टार कहीं दिख जाए, ऐसा देखने में आ रहा है कि कई जगहों पे जो हमारी साइंटिफिक थियरीज है वो ये कह रही हैं कि यहाँ पे ये ब्लैक होल नहीं है, बल्कि एक ग्रेविस्टार है। तो लेकिन इस पे शोध चल रहा है। तो अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए कि ग्रेविस्टार होता है, तो हमारे ब्रह्मांड की समझ पूरी की पूरी बदल जाएगी। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी अपने वीडियो की पहुंच को असेस करने के लिए। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो जो स्टार का एंड क्यों होता है, क्योंकि वो अपना जो ईंधन होता है, जिसका जो ईंधन होता है, वो हाइड्रोजन, हीलियम या कोई भी एलिमेंट उनको कंबाइन करता है, और उससे वो फ्यूजन रिएक्शन होता है, जिससे काफ़ी हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है। और एक बैलेंसिंग एक्ट की तरह काम करता है कि उसके कोर में हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है जो ग्रेविटी को बैलेंस करती है, ग्रेविटी को अलाउ नहीं करती है कि पूरे स्टार को कोलैप्स होने दे। तो वो अंदर से एक टग ऑफ वॉर चलता है, और ये करोड़ों साल तक चलता रहता है। लेकिन एक दिन ऐसा आता है जब पूरे की पूरी जो उसकी जो मटेरियल है वो कंज्यूम हो चुका होता है, और उसकी एक लिमिट होती है जो होती है आयरन। आयरन का पीरियोडिक टेबल पे जो नंबर है वो 60 है। मतलब कि जो 60 अगर उसमें आयरन बन गया उसके कोर के अंदर, तो उसके बाद 60 आयरन के जो एटम्स हैं अगर कंबाइन करेंगे तो कितना आता है दोस्तों, 120। तो 120 जो एलिमेंट है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है हमारी पीरियोडिक टेबल के ऊपर, मतलब नेचर में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है। तो वो आयरन जो है वो आगे कंबाइन नहीं हो पाता है। तो उसकी वजह से जो ग्रेविटी है उस स्टार की वो टेक ओवर कर लेती है, और इंस्टेंटली विद इन 1 सेकेंड, मतलब 30%, 30 माइक्रो सेकेंड के अंदर वो पूरा का पूरा स्टार कोलैप्स हो जाता है और सुपरनोवा में तब्दील हो जाता है। और जब वो ऐसा करता है, तो जो कोर होता है स्टार का, वो इतनी जो उसको उसको इतने ज़्यादा किक मिलती है कि वो कोलैप्स हो जाता है ब्लैक होल के अंदर, और जो बाहर वाला जो उसका जो लेयर है स्टार की, वो बाहर की तरफ एक्सप्लोड कर जाती है, जिसको हम सुपरनोवा बोलते हैं। लेकिन जो बचता है वो एक सिंगुलैरिटी है। मतलब सिंगुलैरिटी मतलब कि उसके अंदर उस हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। उस वो इतना छोटा होता है कि हम उसको मेजर ही नहीं कर सकते। उसकी डेंसिटी इनफाइनाइट हो जाती है, उसकी स्पेस ज़ीरो हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़ें इन्फिनिटीज़ में पहुंच जाती हैं, जिसलिए हम उसको बोलते हैं सिंगुलैरिटी। हाँ, हालांकि सिंगुलैरिटी आज तक प्रूव नहीं हो पाई है, बट वो एक मैथमेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट बन के रह गई है, क्योंकि हम ब्लैक होल के अंदर देख नहीं सकते, तो इसलिए हमें ये पता नहीं होता कि ब्लैक होल के अंदर क्या है। 2001 में वैज्ञानिकों ने ये देखा कि सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं होती है, और कई दफ़ा सिंगुलैरिटी ना होके ब्लैक होल की बजाय एक ग्रेविस्टार का जन्म होता है इस प्रोसेस के बाद। तो ग्रेविस्टार का मतलब क्या है? ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। अब कल्पना करें कि एक बहुत बड़ा जो स्टार है वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है और ब्लैक होल बनने के बजाय एक बहुत ही सख्त एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है। मतलब ब्लैक होल तो इंटरनल जाता है, लेकिन ये शेल के अंदर अंदर क्या है उसके अंदर हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन बाहर का जो आवरण है वो एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल बन जाता है और उसके बाद वो स्टेबल हो जाता है। उसके अंदर का जो हिस्सा होता है वो वैक्यूम होता है, उसके अंदर वैक्यूम होता है, बाहर एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल होता है, एक गुब्बारे की तरह होता है। बाहर ठोस परत होती है, अंदर एकदम खाली होता है, लेकिन सामान्य खाली नहीं होता है, उसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी होती है, डार्क एनर्जी से भरा होता है। और इस मॉडल को एक सिंगुलैरिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। मतलब अगर स्टार पूरा कोलैप्स हो जाए तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी चाहिए हमारे मैथमेटिकल जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं उनको स्टेबल करने के लिए। लेकिन अगर ग्रेविट स्टार है तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं है, अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है और बाहर से उसमें एक ट्रांसपेरेंट एक बहुत ही हार्ड एक शेल है। और ग्रेविस्टार अगर बने अब हमें मिल जाए तो ये हमें जनरल रिलेटिविटी और क्वांटम फिजिक्स में एक सिमिलरिटी भी हमें जो प्रदान करता है, जो आज की डेट में हम दोनों के अंदर जो सामंजस्य है वो ढूंढ नहीं पाए हैं। क्योंकि जो क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स है वो अपनी तरह से चलता है, उसके अपने फॉर्मूलाज हैं, और जो रिलेटिविटी है वो अपनी तरीके से चलता है, उसके अपने मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूलाज हैं। जब दोनों को मिलाते हैं तो हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। तो यही होता है सिंगुलैरिटी में। तो हम काफ़ी हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं वो करीब 100 साल से 120 सालों से इन दोनों के बीच में सामंजस्य लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार एक ऐसा एक हाइपोथेटिकल वो एक ऑब्जेक्ट है यूनिवर्स में जो इन दोनों के बीच में सिमिलरिटी ला सकता है और उनके जो हमारी जो फिजिक्स है उसको भी कंप्लीट कर देता है। तो अब ये है कि ग्रेविस्टार कहाँ पे पाया जाता है। अब कई दफ़ा बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार हमारे जो गैलेक्सी का जो सेंटर है वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है। ऐसा बोला जाता है कि वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है और एक ब्लैक होल है, या एक ब्लैक होल और ग्रेविस्टार दोनों ही वहाँ मौजूद होते हैं, ऐसा बोला जाता है। इस पर रिसर्च चल रही है, इन दोनों चीज़ों को प्रूव करने की बहुत ही ज़्यादा कोशिश चल रही है। अब आप देखिए कि अगर इसके अंदर एक ट्रांसपेरेंट एक कवर है और अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है, तो इसका मतलब कि अंदर एक पूरा छोटा एक ब्रह्मांड है, इसके अंदर एक पूरा मिनी यूनिवर्स है जिसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी भी होगा, डार्क मैटर भी होगा, और इसके अंदर प्लैनेट्स होंगे, गैलेक्सीज होगा। तो ये जो ग्रेविस्टार है ये एक ग्रेविटेशनल एक फोर्स बन जाता है, लेकिन वो ब्लैक होल की तरह सिंगुलरिटी नहीं बनता, बल्कि एक मिनी यूनिवर्स बन जाता है उसके अंदर। और जो अंदर उसके जो लोग रहते हैं या जो ग्रह होते हैं उनको नहीं पता होता कि बाहर क्या है। वो शेल के बाहर नहीं देख सकते। जो शेल होता है वो ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, लेकिन उसके बाहर वो जहाँ उनके देख नहीं सकते, क्योंकि शेल पे स्पीड ऑफ लाइट होती है, जो आपको पता होगा ब्लैक होल के जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं वो उसमें लगते हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार अगर सच में मौजूद है, अभी तक हमारे पास कोई सीधा प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन सब मैथमेटिकल एक प्रमाण हो सकता है, जो एक अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है, क्योंकि इन चीज़ों को देखना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, दिखाई नहीं देते, कुछ भी वहाँ से रेडिएशन बाहर आता नहीं है। जब तक कुछ आता नहीं है बाहर हम उसको देख नहीं सकते। तो दोस्तों ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी शोध किया जा रहा है, और मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि आपको क्या लगता है कि ग्रेविस्टार होंगे या सब सारे जो तारे हैं बड़े स्टार्स हैं जब वो अपना अंत में आते हैं तो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट होते हैं। कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं, और हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब ज़रूर करें। अगर आप विज्ञान की यात्रा में अगर आप उत्सुक हैं तो हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। सीखते रहें, आगे बढ़ते रहें। माय नेम इज सीके। सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट वन।
sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker's solar probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio bursts. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now, Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst. Miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. It's linked with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities, but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So, in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implication extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So, Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So, looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of the switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So, the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the earth. So, in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So, in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries are waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes, that's what is very amazing, and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to this executive lesson, and the big question that we have on our mind today, which we want to address, is can detachment actually lead to better result in business? This is a very profound question, and that is why in today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often told that the end justifies the means. All right, so there is nothing about detachment, but the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, talks about detachment all the time. They are saying that if you shift your focus from the result to your nishkam karm, basically undivided attention to your work, that will give you better result, and therefore this should be your strategy. And this will also take away your high pressure, whereas you are not focused about result, but you are actually focused about the work, which is the worship in this case. So friends, stick around, because this is going to be very interesting. It is going to be useful for people in the leadership position, also for anybody who want to implement, follow Bhagavad Gita. So friends, I will start the discussion now. We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, your value often reduced to a single matrix, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony: the more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga, not the physical postures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So, how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6, verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1, define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2, practice strategic detachment. During high stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3, audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this Asian perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to the business section of Akulmach Live. We have all heard about the nuclear breakthrough India just reported. However, the big question today is India about to become the world's nuclear energy hub? Why we are saying this? Because recently Government of India did some policy changes, and because of that, the world over, all the entrepreneurs, all the business investors are now eyeing towards investing in India's nuclear program, which is basically for energy generation. Why it is different? Because this is based on thorium and not on uranium, because uranium there is a lot of risk, and people will say, okay, now if you are using uranium, you may be having a plan for for some sort of nuclear weapon development. But here in this case, thorium, and thorium is abundant in India. We don't have to basically buy uranium from other countries. Thorium is readily available in India, and the beauty here is that for thorium reactor you don't need to basically build very large reactor, and therefore India has decided to build these small reactors. And recently what we are discussing today is that the FDI has been allowed in these small reactors, and because of that lot of investors are now coming through the FDI route, trying to invest in these small thorium reactors. And they have also passed, the Indian government, Indian Parliament has also passed something called Shanti Act. Now for those who understand Hindi, Shanti basically means peace. So they have passed a Shanti Act, which is a metaphor for Peace Act, which allow investor to invest in the thorium program, which is now started by India. So friends, stick around in this video because we are going to discuss this in detail. For decades, the Indian nuclear sector was forbidden fortress. It was state-run, shielded from private players, and largely close to the global capital. But in 2025, everything changed. The Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, just cleared a policy that effectively ends the nuclear isolation era by allowing up to 49% foreign direct investment, also known as FDI, in small modular reactor, SMRs. India has fired, starting a pistol for a multi-billion-dollar race. Why now? Well, the world is hungry for carbon-free base load power, and India has world's most ambitious energy roadmap. We aren't just talking about a few power plants. We're talking about a $200 billion shift. Today, we are breaking down the global investor from the US, France, and Russia are suddenly lining up at the India's door. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk technology. Traditional nuclear plants are like massive cruise ships. They take 15 years to build and cost 10 billion or more. If one thing goes wrong, the whole project stalls. Small modular reactors, or the SMRs, are the speedboats and speedboats of the nuclear world. These are the reactors that produce between 77 megawatts and 300 megawatts of power. They are built in factories on the assembly lines and shipped to the site. India has introduced its own version, the Bharat Small Reactor, which is acronym for BSR. Why investors love them? They offer lower entry price. Instead of risking $10 billion, a private company can partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India to build a modular unit for a fraction of the cost. So it has speed of delivery. Definitely you can actually go from groundbreaking to grid connected in about 5 years. For an investor, faster construction means a faster return on investment. The real magic happened in the boardroom. The Indian government passed the Shanti Act of 2025. This wasn't just another law. It was a legal bridge. Before this, foreign companies were terrified of Indian civil liability laws. If there was an accident, the supplier could be sued into bankruptcy. The new policy provider, in fact, clears a framework for risk sharing between Indian state and the foreign investor. By allowing 49% FDI, India is saying, we want your tech and we want your cash, but we will keep the keys to the security of the facility. Therefore, the balance of 51% will be state control and 49% will be private investment. And that is why this is a sweet spot. And that has a global giant like Holtec International, GE, Hitachi dusting off their blueprints for Indian soil. The investment isn't just about technology, it's about demand. Indian economy is booming, and definitely it's also growing by leaps and bounds. And the rest of the world can only dream of at that kind of speed India is moving forward. We are building gigafactories for EVs, massive data centers for AI, and huge green hydrogen hubs. All these things have one thing in common. India needs 24 by 7 power. Solar and wind are great, but they don't work when the sun goes down and the wind stops, right? So SMRs are being pitched as the captive power sources. Imagine massive steel plants in Odisha or a tech park in Bengaluru having its own dedicated SMR right next door. Investors see this industrial demand as the guaranteed revenue stream. It is not just selling power to the grid, it is powering the future of the global manufacturing. Now let's talk about the long game. India has the world's largest reserve of thorium, believe it or not. The traditional reactors runs on uranium, which India has to import. But thorium, we have enough of it in our beaches to power the country for centuries. And what is the catch here? There's always a catch, right? You cannot just put thorium in a standard reactor. You need a breeder process. So SMRs are perfect test bed for this. By inviting FDIs into SMRs, India is accelerating its three-stage nuclear program. The global investors provide capital today for uranium-based SMRs are essentially helping build the infrastructure that will eventually run on thorium. It's a transition that could make India the OPEC of the 22nd century. So why are the global investors eyeing India at this point in time? It is a perfect storm of the clear policy, which is based on FDI, proven demand, which is the industrial growth, and the futuristic tech, which is based on thorium. India's goal is to hit 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047. It's a massive mountain to climb, but for the first time, India isn't climbing it alone. With global capital and private innovation now in the mix, the atomic age of India hasn't just arrived. It is actually going to get onto overdrive. So friends, what do you think? Is opening nuclear power to foreign investment is a masterstroke for energy independence or a risky move? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the tech and policy that is shaping India's future. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Welcome, friends. Recently, Artemis 2 has been a very successful trip to Moon, created many landmarks. But one of the things that we can now imagine in future, not so far away, but very near future, is the settlement, humanity settlement. But then, how it will happen? There are so many challenges. One of the challenge is related to habitat, and therefore this company, a startup in USA, they are going to basically talk about the new type of habitat structure. They are going to convert the moon into a real habitable real estate. When the humans travel to moon and successfully land on the moon, etc. So the big question is the future on of humanity on the moon is inflatable. Remember this word inflatable, because this company, which is known as Max Space, they are actually talking about inflatable habitat which can reach moon, and then can be inflated, and then they are readily available. No digging required, no construction, no 3D printing, none of those things. These are ready to build housing, and as soon as the astronaut arrive there, the houses will be ready. So this is a game changer, and this is very exciting. So in today's video, we are going to discuss how this is going to happen, what are the roadblocks, what are the opportunities, and how this Max Space is changing the landscape, especially for the human settlement, not only on moon but in future outside in other worlds. So stick around, friends, because this is going to be very, very interesting video. Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface cost a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida-based startup called Max Space has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop-up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over, and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the Max Space important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kemmer, Max Space is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station, delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable. On the moon, well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and a radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But Mech Space design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number three is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby, marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon base phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Star Lab, in fact, the Voyager, you may be knowing, is the company behind this Star Lab space station, and has made a multi-million-dollar investment in Max Space to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these Max Space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove it their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky, or rather the lunar South Pole, is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases, as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, The question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आपका स्वागत है। क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि जो दिल्ली शहर है हमारा, भारत की राजधानी, जिसमें बहुत लोग रहते हैं, पूरे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उसमें रहती है, इसका असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? तो ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम इस वीडियो में। हम दिल्ली के इतिहास में गहराई में उतरेंगे और जानेंगे कि सदियों पहले दिल्ली को किस नाम से पुकारा जाता था। दिल्ली का इतिहास महाभारत काल से लेकर मुगल सल्तनत तक और अंग्रेजों के दौरान बेहद दिलचस्प है और इसमें अलग अलग नामों से इसको बुलाया जाता था। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों, सारी दुनिया दिल्ली के नाम से जानती है इस शहर को, लेकिन आप में से काफ़ी लोग इस बात को जानते होंगे कि जो कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है उसका नाम न्यू दिल्ली है। ये अंग्रेज़ों ने दिया था, लेकिन इससे पहले इसको दिल्ली के नाम से जाना जाता था। आज भी जो दिल्ली शहर है वो काफ़ी बड़ा है, लेकिन जो कैपिटल एरिया है उसको हम न्यू दिल्ली बोलते हैं। तो लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है कि दिल्ली की जिस सड़कों पे हम चलते हैं और इसका नाम हमेशा दिल्ली था या कुछ और? क्या आप जानते हैं कि इस शहर का असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? आज इस वीडियो में हम इतिहास के परतों को हटाएंगे और जानेंगे कि दिल्ली के उन नामों के बारे में जो वक्त की धूल में कहीं खो गए। चलिए बात शुरू करते हैं महाभारत काल से, क्योंकि उससे पहले तो हमें पता ही नहीं है। वेदों और पुराणों के अनुसार पांडवों की राजधानी इंद्रप्रस्थ थी। कहा जाता है कि भगवान कृष्ण के सुझाव पर पांडवों ने खांडवप्रस्थ के घने जंगल को काटकर एक भव्य शहर बसाया था, जिसे इंद्रप्रस्थ नाम दिया गया था। आज का पुराना किला एक जगह है दिल्ली में जिसको ओल्ड फोर्ट बोलते हैं। माना जाता है कि वहीं पे इंद्रप्रस्थ की नींव रखी गई थी, उस एरिया पे मतलब, और वहां पे उनकी कैपिटल बनाई गई थी और उस समय इस प्रदेश का नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ था। और सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि आज भी वहाँ जो कॉलोनी है उसका नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ ही है, जिसके अंदर ये एरिया आता है। तो बड़ा सवाल यह है कि इतिहासकारों ने अलग अलग इसके ऊपर मत हैं। कई लोग बोलते हैं कि ये तो मतलब पुराना किला है, लेकिन कई लोग बोलते हैं कि इसी जगह पे इंद्रप्रस्थ था। अब इतनी पुरानी बात हो गई, 5000 7000 साल पुरानी, इस पर काफ़ी गहन अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से जो साइंटिस्ट हैं या आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं वो कर रहे होंगे। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप इस पॉइंट तक पहुंचे हैं तो ज़रूर बताइए कि किस शहर से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप हमारी वीडियो देखना चाहेंगे। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इंद्रप्रस्थ के बाद इतिहास में दिल्ली के कई नाम आए। 11वीं शताब्दी के आसपास तोमर वंश के राजा अंगपाल ने दिल्ली को बसाया, फिर से बसाया, और इस जगह का नाम योगिनीपुर रखा गया। इसके बाद दिल्ली का शब्द का इस्तेमाल हुआ मतलब इनके जाने के बाद योगनीपुर फिर डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया। उसके बाद जब दोबारा शहर बना 12वीं शताब्दी में, तो इसका नाम दिल्ली का रखा गया। और इसके बाद 12वीं शताब्दी में ही पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने भी इसी नाम को कंटिन्यू किया। उन्होंने अपनी कैपिटल बनाई और उस समय का नाम था दिल्ली का। ठीक है, समय आगे बढ़ा और दिल्ली पे कई सल्तनतों के राज हुए। मुगलों के दौरान शाहजहां ने शाहजहानाबाद की नींव रखी, जो आज की पुरानी दिल्ली है। जो जैसे इंद्रप्रस्थ पुराना किला वाला एरिया है और आज भी उस कॉलोनी को हम इंद्रप्रस्थ बोलते हैं, वैसे ही पुरानी दिल्ली का नाम जो शाहजहां ने रखा उसका नाम था शाहजहानाबाद। इसके अलावा 7 अलग अलग शहर दिल्ली की जमीनों पे बसे और उजड़े। फिर आया ब्रिटिश काल, जहां नई दिल्ली का निर्माण हुआ और इसमें एडवर्ड लुटियंस के डिजाइन वाली नई दिल्ली, पूरी नई शहर बसाया गया और पुरानी दिल्ली से बिल्कुल उसको अलग रखा गया। तो जो शाहजहानाबाद वाला एरिया है उसको अलग रखा गया और नई दिल्ली को पूरा नया बसाया गया। अक्सर लोग पूछते हैं कि क्या दिल्ली का नाम दिल से पड़ा है, तो ये किसी राजा का नाम है या दिल्ली किसी राजा का नाम हो सकता है या दिल से पड़ा है। सच्चाई ये है कि दिल्ली के नाम के पीछे की कोई एक नहीं बल्कि हजारों साल का बदलाव है। बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, एक किसी सूत्र से हम इसको बांध कर नहीं रह सकते। इंद्रप्रस्थ से योगनीपुर और दिल्ली का से लेकर दिल्ली तक इस शहर हमेशा से सत्ता का केंद्र रहा है। हमेशा आदिकाल से, बहुत पहले से ही ये कैपिटल माना जाता था, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट शहर माना जाता था, क्योंकि ये सेंट्रली लोकेटेड है। और ये शहर से पत्थर और ईंटों से नहीं बना, बल्कि इसमें राजाओं, संतों और आम लोगों की कहानियों, बहुत कहानियां हैं इसमें, कहानियों से बना है। सदियों पुरानी कहानियां इसमें मौजूद हैं। तो दोस्तों, दिल्ली सिर्फ भारत की राजधानी ही नहीं, ये हजारों साल पुराना एक जीता जागता इतिहास है। अगली बार जब आप दिल्ली की सड़कों से गुजरें तो याद रखिएगा कि आप सिर्फ एक शहर में नहीं बल्कि इतिहास की उन गलियों में चल रहे हैं जहां कभी पांडव राज किया करते थे। और आपको क्या लगता है कि दिल्ली का नाम बदल के दोबारा से इंद्रप्रस्थ रख देना चाहिए? इस पॉइंट पे आप कमेंट करके जरूर लिखें। अगर आपको ये वीडियो पसंद आया हो तो इसे लाइक करें और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करें जिनको इतिहास में रुचि है। मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद। Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US Capitol on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee, they are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, though. While DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India-UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India-New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So, friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back. Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on the job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement, and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title and then you look at the list of demands, and the math just don't add up. It feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality, it's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us, this will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job, data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails, are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day 1. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title. They are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So, if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number 2, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number 3, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level job is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately. Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best.